Hey everybody, summer is just heating up. We have 4 teams left here in Calling All Heroes, and we're so excited to bring you through this. And I'm with my bestie from the past. Oh my god, Kenobi is here. What is up?
I'm so excited, Jen, to be here with you. I just can't wait. We have the same background. Our caster synergy is already on lock right now, so I cannot wait to get into these games. Like you mentioned, the final 4 that we have here in our Calling All Heroes summer circuit, and it's just going to be a great day for those finals.
Yeah, to share a fun fact, we're still in summer. I know it's September, but that fall doesn't start until the 22nd. So we got a few more days, but don't worry, y'all. It's our final day. 4 teams. We're going to be heading through the bracket, but there's a lot to compete for, okay? There's money on the line. It's not just about egos and looking cool doing it. There's money, okay? We got to put bread on the table. First place, the best team gets 3,500, and then it goes down the line. And we had a spring series, Kenobi, and a summer series. I just love that Calling All Heroes is back.
Yeah, I'm so happy as well. And you know, with this nice chunk of change here, a lot of persona skins you can get with this. That's really what I'd be looking at for it. I know we're going to talk a little bit about, you know, the meta currently and with Wu Yang's happening. There was a patch or whatever. If we don't see the Joker skin from a Wu Yang player today, I feel like I'm going to be a little bit sad. Just a little bit sad. One lonely tear just going to roll down here if we don't see that Joker skin come out.
Yeah, come on. No splashy boy, no persona skins. Dude, the whole persona meme has gone way too long in Overwatch. I don't want to do the impression, but enough of you ask for it, I will. But we can at least go over the maps. There's also a lot of fun new things happening in Overwatch. We've got new maps dropping in the map pool. We got a patch that just hit yesterday. We're playing on live, y'all. Wu Yang is enabled. Kenobi, there's just a lot for our players to prepare for.
Yeah, and I wonder how much of an effect it's going to have on the players because of the fact that patch came in so soon, right? And the meta was already pretty versatile. I think you could play a lot of different things. A lot of the tank play was kind of not really set in stone on some of the maps. It felt like it, but I think that it's going to be interesting to see if those changes made any difference. You know, Roadhog got pretty buffed, and I don't know if Roadhog's ever going to be viable because you play Roadhog and it's like, bam, I play Mauga and I play Ana on your head, you don't get to play Overwatch today. So I really am not sure exactly how the patch is going to even affect the gameplay. Maybe Wu Yang with like the cooldown reduction gets a little bit less play, but I think that hero is still Thanos a lot of the time.
Just stop buffing Roadhog, okay? Like,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
You know, we could go back to the pulled pork meta, but unfortunately just one tank. So when you're stuck with the solo Roadhog, you're just praying if that's in your game.
Yeah, I think I saw that the win rate of Roadhog's like 45%, and I'm like, that needs to be lower, not higher. We need to go lower. It needs to go all the way down. Give me like a 30% Roadhog win rate, and I'm with you right there. That's the bouncing I want to see.
Who's losing to Roadhog? Actually, we should investigate the other side. But also, we have drops, y'all. We're coming here with gifts. We are Santa Claus or, you know, a gift-bearing individual. And duckies, you know, we do have duck enjoyers in our grand final. So I can't say the full name, but duck enjoyers are in the final. And you can sport some duck paraphernalia.
Yeah, get some of these. I mean, they're really pretty as well. I could imagine myself on a lazy river just floating on one of these. You know, just so serene, so calm. I love the art style and the color scheme of these drops. So make sure to get in there. It's your last day to get in. So hopefully we have some good games for you. We can get those numbers pumped up a little bit, the hours that you need, because there's going to be someone at the end of this broadcast who's like, I'm 5 minutes away from my last drop, and we're going to try our very best between me and Lemon to get you guys those drops.
Of course. And did you guys know that if you spam exclamation point drops, that like ducks will spawn in your backyard? Well, I don't know. I may lie on the broadcast a couple of times. I will try to proclaim the truth. But the truth here is that we do have 4 teams. I did not lie to you guys about that. Check out our bracket, okay? It's been a long journey over the weeks and weeks from the regular season to now playoffs. Here are our teams remaining, and it's been a doozy.
Yeah, I think that one of the things that's been so interesting is just the amount of 3 Overwatch I've seen. You know, there's a couple of 3-1s splatter in there as well. But I think, like, the fact that there's been so many 3-0s and now we're going into a new patch, is that going to change? Because it feels like there is kind of a hierarchy with these top 4 teams. But again, with a new patch coming in so recently, if there are going to be some changes, that could completely shift the paradigm of what we have for our last 4 here, as we're going to look at the lower side of the bracket, where we're going to be starting out our journey today, Lem.
I know, like it's already so tense, and we didn't even wear like black for a funeral. Like the loser of this match is out for the summer series, and after all that hard work, that would be so heartbreaking. One thing you guys might note that is interesting is Avidity Kittens. The Kittens are down here. What are they doing down here, Kenobi? They were the champs of spring. Well, not that I'm literally asking you that question, but it is like very curious that you have this good of teams down here.
Yeah, and the other thing that's crazy is that Fable, who was the #1 seed coming into the bracket, is out. They're not here anymore. So again, there's been so much parity, which I love about the Calling All Heroes circuit that we have here, but we are starting with our lower side, and you are right, you get that 1 life left in that lower bracket. There's so much to play for, and it's going to be interesting with both these teams, because if you continuously win and have one of these Cinderella lower bracket runs, you're playing 3 series of Overwatch back to back to back. It's going to be a lot for them to get through to try and make a run like that. But Avidity versus Nightmare Eclipse x Zocorp to start things off. And Lemon, you and I are very familiar with a lot of these players.
Of course, we have to say hello to our kittens. As we, I can't kick my feet and tip my fedora, but the kids are here. They are your reigning champs of spring. They did have to forfeit a match to get down here. I don't know what's all up with that, but they're still sweeping their way through the bracket, so I don't really care. I think it's just going to make this match more intense. My eyes are on someone like Julia, aka Senna. You might see them on Liquipedia. Sojourn, the Cassidy. They joined in May. They also compete in EMEA OWCS qualifiers. They played on North America, too, on co-ed rosters. So just to highlight that, the tournaments like Calling All Heroes, this is just the beginning of a career like for someone like Julia.
Yeah, and one of my, the players I've been looking at is Hitori. She's been very, very prominent on a lot of the tank picks, and I think, again, when we're coming into a series where you have very much a new meta that's coming up, there's probably a lot of different things that you can play. Hitori has been someone who has been very flexible. I think she played Ball last week as well, which has looked very good. I think Ball is one of those, and Hammond is one of those heroes where it's like, to play Hammond, you got to be a Hammond player, and Hitori, she very much feels like one of those, so it'll be interesting to see, even with the nerfs that we saw to Hammond, is she going to bring that one to the table?
And going up against them is it's a mouthful of a name. Let me get it. Nightmare Eclipse x Zocorp. Okay, we have the Avengers of sponsors coming in. Okay, we'll be shortening that one. But this is another great team. I was a big fan of Mickman just in that previous interview, saying when they were asked about Avidity as their opponent, Mickman was like, quote, "They can easily beat them. They are a beatable team." So we already got some spice for the interviews.
Yeah, I think in regular sports that's called bulletin board material, where you just put that up and you inspire the other team. Sometimes you don't want to give them, but I like the spiciness that we're coming in from this side here of Nightmare Eclipse. And for me, again, I think the tank play is going to be so important, because with the top 4 that we have, I think every single one of the tank players that we have is incredibly flexible. I love what I've seen from them, from Eevee specifically. I've really enjoyed more of that divey-centric tank look that we've seen from her. So I think that going forward into this matchup, tanks really are going to be the center focus for me, and then we'll see on the other ends, is Wu Yang going to be as incredibly impactful as he has been in the past? Is it going to be something else? We'll have to see as the meta kind of evolves. It's going to be a learning experience, reading Rainbow for everyone here during this broadcast day.
I'm definitely going to be learning a lot, because this is probably going to be one of the first appearances of Wu Yang in this very serious competitive play, and it's been a lot of the Lucio players picking up Wu Yang. But as you pointed out, the tank matchup so hype for Hitori versus Eevee, because of just both of them liking just the dive. Eevee maybe more on the Winston Hazard vibe, while Hitori the ball. Looking forward to seeing how that's going to show up here on Ilios.
Ilios is where we start things off, and now it's okay. So I was gonna talk about this where the ban, it's like, okay, probably want to take away the ability for Hitori to play Ball here, because this is one of the best Ball maps that we have. I think getting rid of this is a perfect ban to start things off. Kiriko is going to be taken off on the other side, which if you are going to be playing more of a divey-centric look, I think getting rid of that is a good pick from them. And it also kind of tells me that potentially Wu Yang is still very popular going into a matchup like this, but I think very good ban starting off here from Nightmare Eclipse to make sure that Hitori just doesn't start already on a rampage on that Ball like she's so very adept at playing.
Of course, and taking out Kiriko, I mean, you relieve a lot of that flank pressure, because with the Tracer is always her best buddy, Kiri. Always teleporting on the flank, being a nuisance, which supports are turning into more and more DPS. I mean, we already saw how strong Wu Yang came out the gates. Kiri can do just as much damage, so the very mechanical players love Kiri. So taking out means the Tracer may be more dependent on a Brigitte, per se, or maybe a health pack.
Yeah, and I think one of the things, I think I saw a clip where it's like Proper got 1v1'd by a Wu Yang who was like 20 health, and you know, when that's happening, there's already a problem. This hero is very, very good, and I think that, again, the patch that we saw, I don't think the cooldowns are necessarily enough to completely remove Wu Yang. We should see it very much in this series and in the series that we have going forward, but I think this is, again, great ban decisions from both of these teams. It does open up that Tracer like you talked about, where you have that ability to play more on that flank. Suzu is gone, which is one of the most important abilities, I think, in the game of Overwatch in particular, because of that ability to cleanse very, very key moments of team fights. So we'll see how both these teams are going to be operating. Or do we just go towards more so of those Winston compositions? Because Lighthouse is Ilios is interesting, where you have 3 different submaps where you can play like a lot of different things. Is Widowmaker going to be played on Ruins? Because Widowmaker got like a pretty sizable buff in the patch recently. So I think that this is going to be a great litmus test for us, Lemon, to figure out what exactly the meta is going to be shaping up to be.
I'd be excited to see Nadokado on the Widow. They've brought this out on like a map like Gibraltar in the past, which we'll see if Gibraltar comes out as a pick maybe from Nightmare in the future. We've seen that from them. Loser gets to pick the map, by the way. We're in best of 5s and we'll be kicking off any second now. And since we brought up the Tracers, I mean, Mage versus Mickman is going to be a big Tracer matchup. Mage is Bun, by the way, of course, the big goddess fan at all the DPS and apparently even tanks. Like Mage, aka Bun, will also sometimes play tanks or Ramatra, so that's a thing that could happen. We'll see what role she starts out on, but let's roll on Ilios.
Yeah, Bun's been around since back when I was casting Contenders, so long time I've been watching Bun, and a very big fan of her play in general, no matter what it was on that DPS, and now apparently on tanks. So, you know, I just keep learning things when I'm here in Calling All Heroes, which I love about this tournament. It feels like it's just a great melange of a lot of these other places that we have from OWCS, from Collegiate, from Contenders back in the day. Just so many players that we're so familiar with coming in for a great cause here in Calling All Heroes as we start things off.
For sure, and Avidity, just, we don't give enough love to the coaching staff, but I thought it was interesting that Raylini, at least I know her as a content creator, but also a high-level player is going to be coaching Avidity. So it's cool that you have coaches that can help develop these players, have that second opinion, especially someone that has played at a high level. But we will be starting off on Well, which is the most chaotic round to be kicking off. Is the Roadhog for real, though?
See, this is what I was saying. It would be this map. It would have to be this map where you try and pull him into that well, and it looks like it is going to be played. And against a Winston, if you've played ranked in Overwatch and you're playing Winston into Roadhog Reaper, you're uninstalling after this game is over. You're not having fun. So this is a great counter pick setup already starting off from Nightmare Eclipse. It's going to have to be very, very carefully played by Avidity with how they maneuver this Winston around, because one hook and you are instantly taken out.
Especially Hattori has already had their armor cracked, so you don't want to engage until you've been healed, and Eevee also do the same thing. Now you're going to have some initial cap here from someone like Mage. The Tracers are going to be battling for that objective. That first hook misses, clearly really targeting the squishies. I got a feel for Nevi and Juno, though, playing the Ana on this map. It is so close range if you want to have line of sight of anyone relevant. There's that hook onto the Winston to grab some of that armor. And the cap still has not gone through yet, but now that Avidity have been able to go off of these dives from Hattori, the first couple of kills in, very much in favor of Avidity so far.
Yeah, and this was a lot of Juno specifically on the Ana playing so perfectly. When that hook came through, instantly an Ananade right onto it, was able to get onto the members of the back line. That means that the Winston was healed up, but also the Roadhog had to respect that incoming damage. So really heads up play from the Ana from Juno, already 20% about ahead of their counterpart over there in Novelia on that Ana with the nano boost. So this is already a great start from Avidity. They're playing around the Roadhog extremely well, being very patient, keeping those key cooldowns available to themselves for when that hook eventually tries to take down Hattori.
Oh, there's that Persona skin you wanted.
There it is. I'm so happy.
Joker!
Get up, get up, get up.
Persona! Oh, wow. Winston did not fall there. Mage, by the way, is farming. There's a 3K. We can't even show it because it's R-rated. Mage, Bun is cracked. And you get to put her on the Tracer of all things. You don't have to nerf her and put her on her tank. Mage just killed 3 this fight. You know, that's unfortunate. I hyped her up a bit too much. She had to get cursed. But Avidity are gonna 200-0 this map if Mage keeps doing that.
That was the Tracer 3K, no pulse bomb needed. That was just all raw pulse pistols right there coming in from Mage. And that's actually something that we have to talk about with the Kiriko not being there. Kiriko with that kunai threat of the headshot onto Tracer makes it a little bit harder to move around. But if you're playing against a Wu Yang and an Ana, you have free reign to do whatever you want, and Mage is doing exactly that.
Oh, that is the longest range hook I have ever seen. 29 HP. What a bubble from Hittori to save Julia. But wait, Avidity don't have supports. The Soundbeer didn't get to come out in time. So, well, Avidity, it's just going to be about dying on the point. Unless, yeah, shout out to Nevi. Being able to kill a Tracer is going to be the best feeling in the world.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and stall as much as they can here. Winston has Primal Rage. The support ults are going to be back eventually, so now it's just about ticking up that percentage and getting out as much as you can.
I love that pressure from Nadakato. As soon as those supports from Avidity came back from spawn, just hunting them down, and Avidity didn't even give up the point, which is incredible to me. Such a nice, soft, disengaged Soundbeer pop from Nenwai and the Primal from Hittori. All this sustain. Will it be enough? Nightmare have popped their own support ultimates, and Freya, dude, that edge is hurting Eevee. Just the op is the map for Eevee. Not getting a single well kill off of these hooks. It's like the whole reason you pick it.
Eevee's like, if I'm getting hooked there, I'm off the map. Something's not right here at this point with how the Roadhog is working with these hooks. But I mean, again, I think that this was perfectly played from Avidity because it is a very difficult comp to play into, right? When you have to worry about the Reaper, worried about the hooks that are going to be coming through. But I think one of the things that just makes Roadhog so hard to be viable at any point is just Ana exists, and it's like you get hit with one nade, your character doesn't work. It just doesn't work anymore. You can't take a breather, can't do anything, and then you get followed up by Mage on Tracer, you're instantly dead. So I think the idea was good on Well in particular, where you could get some value with those hooks, but fortunately didn't end up paying off with the execution. Now, as we go over to Lighthouse, this is a little bit more of that standard. You want some more vertical mobility, bring out that Winston. And now we get to see a Winston matchup between Hittori and Eevee, which I am so excited for.
Something that's going to be a lot more even. Yeah, Eevee, this is one of her specialties, and now already putting the bubble down on the opposite high ground, denying a lot of those positions from the supports that want to have vision of someone like Eevee, who's currently counter diving on the other side. Not much to accomplish, but a lot of health now dropped from this orange side. And look, Mage is already on the hunt down, and this is the Tracer you have to worry about. And even Juno is lobbing nades like LeBron back there. So like, Avidity are doing a great job so far.
Yeah, we gotta start finding some way to put some check on Mage right now on the Tracer, because she's playing out of her mind. There we go. See, that's a great start already coming out. Mara taking down Mage, so that means that there is going to be no Tracer. Nadakato can play a little bit more freely until Mage is able to get back into this team fight.
But in control with having Julia in prime position on top of the point. And of course, Hittori permanently gets to just harass Nevi and Crumb, who want to be safe back here. But now Juno's receiving some pressure here from Eevee. Great sleep. And the reaction from Hittori, needing all the healing that they need. And okay, now you have a Lucio causing a ruckus here. This is not good. Avidity may just go 200-0 here.
Yeah, I think you called that right. You didn't cast or curse it. I think you might have just been completely accurate there. We have to find out what it's like when, or what the word is for when a caster does something and they're right. Doesn't happen often, but you know, we do need some sort of credit. We need some sort of credit, all of us, I think, here. As Avidity gonna try and continue to hold this one right now. They have both their DPS ultimates in their back pocket. Juno close towards that nano boost. There's gonna be one from the other side. I'm interested to see where these go. Are they just gonna be throwing them onto those DPS, give them to the Winstons to give a little bit more of that space-taking potential as well?
Julia is so alpha. She is on the enemy's high ground, shooting down as they come in. Nightmare, though, gonna slice and dice. I love the Genji swap from Mara. Being able to dive with Eevee is gonna help sustain and actually get the finishing blows that Nightmare desperately need. They've gotten Avidity low, but not the close not the close that they were hoping for, and it won't be 200-0. See, I'm wrong sometimes, guys.
Yeah. Sometimes. Once in a blue moon, Lemon is wrong about a call, I think, here that we see in Overwatch. But I think that this was a great dive to start things out from Nightmare, taking down the supports at the start of this. That didn't let Mage get a lot of value. And Mage is down again, so now what I was talking about where there needed to be a little bit more focus on that Tracer, it seems to be happening in these last two fights.
Okay, Nedwai is crazy, just wall riding away from the bloodshed, the absolute bloodbath that is happening to Winston's mid-air. Gravity, who never heard of her. Avidity, ready and poised, take back control of this point, and they have both support ultimates to boot. Well, it may not be a 200-0, but this is certainly going the way of Avidity soon.
Yeah, and with those support ultimates still unlocked, Crumb not being able to get towards this sound barrier in time, I think this is going to be a fight where Avidity knows they have such an ultimate advantage. They just need to not get taken down in the neutral right here. Crumb is taken down already, but here's the Nano. Slept great sleep.
Yeah, no fun button, but Nevi wants to continue playing the game. The sound barrier from Nenwai will go through, and Avidity have all the sustain and the plot armor they need to take this map one. But Eevee will go out kicking and screaming and punching at that with the Primal Rage too, and there's only really one target. Oh, a Tracer, Squirrel, and now we're just freaking out, just hoping to keep the point contested. Oh. The overtime wick burning, that's a big play from Nanokado, and Nightmare may just have a chance to flip this.
Yeah, that Primal Rage from Eevee was so good because she was able to take Judo out of the fight completely, and that means there's so much sustain that's lost, and it looks like this fight's going to completely turn over in favor of Nightmare Eclipse with a Desperation Nano at the very end to start things off. Nanokado cleaning up these kills, and it's going to have to be a reset here for Avidity if they want to not lose too much more percentage.
And the Nightmare have to play flawlessly from here on out, but you can already see the confidence building from a team like Nightmare.
They feel really good right now. They have a Primal Rage coming in from Hitori, looking for Crumb. That means no sound barrier in this fight, Lemon.
Oh, Hitori will be back into this fight, but Mara, oh, just making sushi out of this backline, and then you have the Primal Rage settling Mara down permanently, and now Nightmare, it's chaos mode just to hopefully keep their supports alive, and Nevi gets saved by a crucial sound barrier from Crumb, but will it help Nightmare last enough? The fight has to take place on the point. Avidity have control, and Hitori needs some support, needs to get in line of sight of someone from Juno, who is getting harassed from Eevee. Great focus fire from Nightmare, but Mage has been unleashed, a double kill, and even those finding the supports, there's no healing left from the Nightmare side, so Avidity look to flip.
Mage is completely bonkers right now on this Tracer. Make that 4 in this team fight. Can we get the ace potentially here as soon as Eevee's going to end up going down? Manages to find it. Mage cleans up the entirety of Ilios, and that's going to be 1-0 for Avidity after what I would consider a Tracer masterclass. Like, this should probably cop a ban at some point later in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, she calls herself Mage now because she's magical. Every single fight you could count on her getting double, triple kills, and especially on these supports. It's so important for someone like Nanokado to find their place in these fights. There's so many objectives the Tracer can have, whether it's to check the other Tracer's ego, to burst down a tank, to go after supports. There's so many different objectives you can go for, and Nanokado choosing to not keep Mage humble did cost Nightmare their supports often.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things about the Kiriko not being there, right? Where it's like, if you're Kiriko, you have a lot more agency to be able to deal with something like a Tracer, right? Because if you headshot Tracer once, she has to recall, right? But if it's like, okay, you gotta hit Sleep Dart, you have like one boop, and then for someone playing as well as Mage has been playing, that's not gonna be enough. So I think that we either, going in through the series, I would say probably needs to get like banned or something from this Tracer, because I think that the Tracer matchup is just so in favored right now of Mage. Or Kiriko's coming back onto the table. We can potentially use that as a better way to counter this Tracer, but this map felt really, really significant from Mage in particular, and that was a really, really great Tracer.
And I know we didn't necessarily have a mirror because Mara went to the Genji at the end, but when we actually had close enough to a mirror with the Winstons, the Yanas, and the Tracers, this felt like much closer of a match. I mean, this was, what, 100 to 85 roughly? Pretty much on the dot right there. This tells me more of the story of what the series is going to hold. Because, yes, it was a 2-0 for Avidity, but you also had some Roadhog shenanigans, which, to be fair, Eevee just got really unlucky with the edge of that well really gripping on those opponents.
Yeah, that was there was some like Gorilla Glue or something that was stopping those people from falling into that well. It was very, very close, but I think that, you know, the Roadhog experiment kind of failed just because of the nature of what Roadhog is when Ana is available on the map, and it's just really hard. If those like hooks aren't going to be coming through, then you've kind of lost a lot of what that comp is trying to do in that scenario. But they adapted going over to the Winston, and the Winston matchup between Hattori and Eevee I thought was relatively close. There was really good plays from both of them, great Primal Rages. There was that one fight where Eevee was able to take Juno off the map completely and win a fight with a Primal Rage. So again, I think the tank matchup has been completely fascinating, but right now, based on, you know, a lot of what we saw in the kill feed, those supports are getting absolutely murked by Mage just going in the backline on Tracer.
Mage went insane on well, first off, like all of the fights getting triple kills. But then on the other side, I think when Nadokado started to ramp up a little bit on the Tracer, they had some very critical pulse bomb kills on those backlines. They started to heat up, and now that I think Nightmare have found that composition that works well with them, which is probably their more standard one anyway, with Eevee on the tank.
Yeah.
I mean on the Winston, not that Roadhog's not a real person.
With Ana, it's close. It's close. It's close when Ana's available. It's kind of close if that hero exists at all in Overwatch. But I think there were also some good adaptations from Nightmare, where they did, you know, there were a couple of fights where we did see Mage go down very early and was very much targeted by the entirety of the team. So they're definitely going to have to continue to do that. But Mage is someone who, you know, but in the time that we've known her, me and Eugen, it can play pretty much anything, right? We were talking about how she's playing tank already sometimes. So I think that this is like one of those games where it's like, okay, Mage got their Tracer game. Now let's see what else she can bring to the table.
Yeah, and just a shout out as a support player, I gotta give a shout out to Nevi and Crumb. Their way to support each other when Hattori was permanently diving with the deadliest Tracer in the lobby, they lived longer than I think most people would. And I think Crumb especially had a very crucial sound barrier to save Nevi, who is on the Ana. Because as an Ana player, when Winston dives you, if you don't hit that sleep, you're cooked. Like you have a small window where you can nade yourself, maybe your Lucio boops if they care about you at all, which in most of our rankings they don't. But Crumb and Nevi were like that, and they're gonna need to continue being like that if playing against Hattori.
Yeah, and I wonder now if that's where we see kind of the Tracer or the Kiriko come into play, where we do see that availability as we go to King's Row as our next map. The classic Overwatch map here of hybrid King's Row. We see it all the time. It's been a staple forever. This is going to be interesting to see what we, in terms of that tank play that we're going to be seeing with the bans as well, because now it's like, okay, do we ban Tracer, but now do we have Kiriko back in our lineup? So it's not going to be as like difficult of a situation to deal with that Tracer on the back end. So I think we'll see what happens. It's actually going to be the Wu Yang ban and the Freya ban, so not really pinching that tank pool at all. Wu Yang is very strong enough to take a ban here, but that Freya, we did talk a lot about Mage, but the Freya did have some really, really good moments in that last Ilios.
Yeah, when your Tracer goes crazy, you get to sit back and look cool on the kill feed when you're a hit scan, which Senna, aka Julia, got to just sit on the high ground. Not only just the high ground, but the enemy's high ground, looking down upon them like they were ants. Like, that's how much space Avidity had most of the time until, like, some comp swaps happen. And then the Wu Yang being targeted towards someone like Nevi and Crumb. I think it was Crumb that had it initially, but, you know, already seeing some early Wu Yang play, you don't want to mess with that.
Yeah, I think that this hero is still very strong on something like, you know, map like King's Row. It's very good in terms of like the ability to play lower to the ground. I think that this kind of map determines for me is like, are we going to be seeing a lot more of that dive potential play? Fair has been something that we've seen a little bit in Calling All Heroes on a map like this in particular. So I think this map gives us a lot of offerings for those first 2 points in terms of what we see compositional wise. Third point on this map has always been just like, hey, run rush. Like, we just need to get it over the line. It's kind of like a necessity to do that. But I think that, again, this does leave the Tracer open. This leaves the Kiriko still available to these teams. So I wonder if that's going to kind of be the thing that inhibits Mage to be as strong as she was in that previous map.
And we already have recent tape about Nightmare playing this very map with a nice composition of Eevee, of course, on the Winston. You got the Lucio Kiri, but Mickman likes the Pharah here, and not just for the point, like throughout. And Nadokado gave us a bit of a taste of the Genji, and maybe we'll get to see more of that coming up, but this would be an all-out dive, I think. And especially if your Pharah gets to sit back and pepper rockets, this could be a really great map. And it's Nightmare's pick, so they have a plan.
Yeah, it's always interesting with King's Row, because I'm like, how much of an advantage is really to pick King's Row? Because I feel like everyone's playing King's Row at all times. It's called Scrims Row for a reason. So it'll be interesting to see what these two teams opt into. It is going to be that Winston matchup, it looks like, to start things off here, at least on the defensive side. Bring in the Sojourn as well without the ability to play something like that Freya. I think this is kind of the next option for more of that medium hit scan range that you have from two of these teams. No Kiriko, which is surprising to me that we aren't going to be seeing that pick at all. And I wonder, is this a map where we finally start to see that Widowmaker priority rise just a little teeny bit after those buffs?
Yeah, not Okado. I could easily see them bring out the Widow they have in the past. And I mentioned Migman with the Pharah, but how is Migman going to talk all this stuff in an interview and then not play? But, you know, whatever wins. That's what's nice about having substitutes on the roster. This is going to be the specialist coming in, Avidity on the attack, already soft diving towards that central tower, and you've sent away Eevee without the armor. So Hittori has a lot of choices, is going to go after the hit scan, almost denied the exit there from Mara, which would have been a great kill for Avidity. But they need to take a breather while Mage is looking for a health pack, and Julia can't really look into the sun right now.
Julia's trying to avoid some of this poke that's coming through. Nenwai takes down Crumb, and Mara's gone too, so this is already a complete wipe. Avidity, the orange colors are filling that kill feed right now, and this looks like a very clean, done and dusted first pick-off. Great dive from Avidity to start things off. There was a lot of focus onto Julia, but Julia wasn't really the main target. I think they want to be focusing. Yes, the Hanzo can deal some of that, you know, elongated damage if kind of left alone, but you still got to worry about the 4 other people diving onto you on the other side.
Yeah, I can't believe Julia peeks with like 20 HP and just gets headshots and gets kills. Like, I re-peek that, I get called an idiot by my team because I'm dying. And I'm surprised that, like, Nightmare didn't take advantage of all these low HP members, because it wasn't even just Julia, it was Mage too. So a lot rides on Nadokado being the most speedy, at least versatile person on the team to go and get these finishing blows on Avidity, because that'll hurt Nightmare. But now it's about the momentum push from Avidity. Can they get through this choke easily? Eevee's already trying to deny that top window power position from someone like Julia. But wait, you have a nano being thrown already, and Hittori doesn't get to have fun. Nemi has been on it with these sleeps, and Hittori, that's just some of the value being taken away. But guess what? There's 4 other people in the squad that can also hit their shots.
Yeah, Crumb's gonna take down Mage, but it's not gonna matter too much in the long run. I mean, maybe actually, now there's no DPS for Avidity, and that makes this fight a little bit more scrappy than it potentially was going to be. Respawn advantage should be enough to just take them over the field, but maybe not, as Ivy's actually gonna use that Primal Rage, and she's gonna be taking down Juno already. There's and Nenwai's also gone, so now there's no supports, and this fight from Avidity that looked like it was great at the start has been falling apart a little bit, but that respawn advantage might be enough to turn it back.
Surprise jump scare.
Hello.
I mean, we're just fixing our feed real quick, so I don't know how to juggle, but we'll get back into the game here. Hopefully they paused, maybe they didn't, but maybe Avidity is winning.
It was looking scrappy there. I mean, the respawn advantage was so much. I don't know if anyone's played like Overwatch on that part of the map. It's like one of the most nightmarish places to play. But it looks like, hey, Nightmare Eclipse have held a little bit. Did give up some part of that positioning, but Julia has now gone over to the Cassidy, which against these dive-esque heroes, a lot of ability to use the CC to be able to make their jobs on Living Nightmare.
Well, speaking of that, Nightmare are gonna pop Sound Barrier just to stabilize themselves a little bit, but not really getting too active, more just really feeling the pressure of Avidity starting to build a lot of wind in their sails. And now here's the dive from Hittori to deny some of these alleyway positions from someone like Mara, because if Mara goes unchecked, they will do a lot of damage, but someone has to contest this cart, and as soon as Mara re-peeks, they get shot in the head by Julia. Avidity are just on it. They are not letting go of any of the space, and Juno gets to just tweet from the cart like it's just another day at the office for Avidity.
The target selection from Avidity is so good because they know that Mara is the only one that's got that very key ultimate with that overclock, and Avidity just made it so that Mara couldn't ever throw that ultimate out at any point. Eevee's going to end up going down, which means that there's going to be no chance for a recontest here, and that's going to be a hefty time bank for an Avidity moving into third, probably like 4.5 minutes. A little bit less than that and some change, but again, they're still moving and grooving. Like, it feels like it's been one fight throughout the entirety of second that Avidity just continuously, slowly continues to win, and now they're using that momentum to push through third.
Avidity are just finishing off their food, finishing off their kills. Like, Julia is on it with this Cassidy, showing us just how healthy their hero pool is, and not so healthy as Hittori. Thankfully, the nano boost is there. They're gonna keep on diving because they got the primal. They can do whatever they want. What a sleep though from Juno. Eevee will have to pop the primal coming out of this sleep to do something. Julia.
Oh no.
It's gonna try and scare everybody. We didn't see that with the Deadeye. All thanks to Hattori, of course, bumping Eevee into the abyss.
Yes, that was all Hattori. All Hattori all the time right there with that Winston Primal Rage. Worked out so well for them. I mean, Nightmares do have their support ultimates relatively soon, but Mara still can't use this overclock at any point.
Yeah, TikTok, come on, Mara. Well, somebody's got to contest the card. Eevee did get Nano, but Navi sacrifices herself for that. Crumb will have a Soundbeard to save Nightmare, but someone has to contest, and Nanokado goes down. Avidity are touching the spawn room doors, just like they did on Ilios Lighthouse, and well, all lights point to green. That is almost a 3-minute time bank for Avidity.
Very large time bank from Avidity. And again, the target selection perfectly, impeccably played from them. They knew that Mara was kind of the one that they needed to target, make sure that overclock wasn't going to come out. And Mara wasn't able to use overclock the entirety of those last 2 minutes of the map. So really loving the decision making from this Avidity team, how crisp they are with their dives, how clean it is. The changeover to the Cassidy was fantastic to make sure Eevee had a really tough time getting into that backline. So I really, really love the play I'm seeing from this Avidity team already.
This is just such a stacked roster, and there's a reason Avidity are your reigning champs from the spring stage. And Nightmare, I mean, they've talked in the interview how they think they're a roster that have the most synergy out of any other team. They have been together for years, but they just did not know how to, well, unstrangle themselves from Avidity's grasp. Like it wasn't team fight win after team fight win, but just Avidity always getting in their face and really owning the real estate, and there was no chance for Nightmare to really kick back.
Yeah, Hattori on a zero death run right now, schmoovin' and grooving on this Winston. I mean, this has been impeccable from Hattori. She's playing so fantastically. The way that she's following up the dives of the rest of her team, the way that the entirety of the team is communicating, I think is perfection at the current moment. So I'm, again, Avidity playing at an incredibly high clip in Nightmare Eclipse. It's going to be up to them to find a way to change some things with how their composition has been working so far. Maybe bring out a Cassidy yourself to try and deal with some of that CC, make it a little bit more difficult for Hattori to really get value on that Winston.
Now with the Cassidy, you don't get as much, I get to talk more, somebody DC from Avidity, but with the Cassidy, you don't get as much high ground. It's ease of access of the high ground. You tumble, but you don't jump very high. So Freya and Sojourn really great at that. So you could tell that Julia and Mara really sticking to their guns, sticking to their team. Makes them very hard to dive, especially when Nevi and Juno have been on it with their sleep darts.
The other thing that the Cassidy brings is also a little bit of chance to deal with the Tracer, which I think is something that we didn't see Mage be as impactful as she was in the previous matchup, mostly because I think it's been Hattori really, really taking the reins in a lot of these dives that we've been seeing so far. But I think the Cassidy versus Cassidy is a great decision here from both of these teams. I'm interested to see kind of where we'll see the Cassidy position at the very start. You know, is it going to be more towards the back, just kind of trying to be a little bit more on that high ground where it makes it difficult for teams to get on while they're just, you know, poking at you with the Schick shooter, or, you know, you could just be in brawl. I mean, Cassidy does totally fine with being able to just like roll out, have that damage reduction, being a little bit more beefier than the other DPS. So I think that those are two options that you can have when you're playing Cassidy.
With the time bank of Avidity, this is going to be not only a hill to overcome for Nightmare, but the equivalent of Mount Everest, because that is an insane time bank. And maybe Nightmare are just a second half, second point kind of team. They seem to be a team that scales later. And because we saw just how much they blossomed on the second round of Ilios, you know, getting to the 85 to 100 loss instead of the 0 from the first one. And Nightmare just need to find a way to halt Avidity and actually have a fight on their terms, which things don't always seem to be on Nightmare's terms, you know, when they're popping sound barriers just to keep themselves alive, but then there's not the immediate counter dive to follow that.
Yeah, and I think on the offense, you have a little bit more of that agency to kind of like decide when you want to move. And, you know, there's people in ranked who have been like, you know, you get speed ran on King's Row and you're like, hey, we're an offensive team. It's totally fine. And then you just like end up having a better time bank. So it is a possibility for them to do so, as we'll see kind of soft dive come in from Hattori right now. Getting team down very low, ends up taking down Hattori. So Eevee already at the start, but using Crumb might be something that they regret going forward.
This is pretty even, but Nightmare are going to have those closer respawns so they can keep the truck rolling. Somebody's got to touch, and Nightmare are demanding attention, and Avidity nowhere to be found. They're just asleep. Juno's like, I've done my part, and I've antied, and, you know, someone's got to react to this. But with the bubble still in place, it's in a perilous spot. Finally, Hitori gets involved, syncs up with Mage, who has to go get a health pack, and even at 1 HP, Mage is still hunting for kills. So Avidity did give up 2 picks, though, to Nightmare. So it's only going to take one nice zoning fight for Nightmare to take the point.
It's really good heads-up play, though, from Mage, who knew that once the Lucio wasn't there, if there is no sleep dart when I dive the Ana, they're just dead. And that's exactly what happened, right? So they very good heads-up play and target selection from Mage, knowing that if the Ana's not here, that means there's no supports. This fight's going to end up falling relatively quickly. The redive comes back in. Huge nade! Oh my lord, Juno. That is the fight done and dusted.
Yeah, and Eevee has nowhere to escape. Maybe there was a mega pack, but clearly did not get that in time. So Avidity, a couple of fights on their terms, and Nightmare starting to suffer in the time bank, and their saving grace would be a really sick Nadokado pulse bomb coming up, or maybe a nano boost.
Yeah, I need to try and find one of the supports in particular. Juno is very close towards that nano boost. I think if you're Nightmare Eclipse, you want to wait here, poke a little bit just to find that nano boost, and then use that as you're engaged.
And Nadokado looming on the hotel side, and that's a great position to have for your team to try and wrap around the backside, get those supports. But a lot of Avidity are sitting on high ground, so it's up to Eevee to try and make them uncomfortable, and the bubble is barely holding on. Oh my god, it did survive, and so did Eevee, and even jumped in the face of danger, kind of like Breaking Bad Skylar, I am the danger. That's what Eevee just did, and it's going to continue to be threatening when they're 3% away from the primal. The Sound Bearer did just grab them at the very end. Fantastic job once again from Crumb. Just so clutch with these sound barriers. And Nightmare are just about to cap this. Someone is still being annoying. Wait, Hitori just killed Juno. This is getting very tricky. Avidity are clutching. Mara has to Deadeye. And Hitori just has to keep causing chaos and deny Nightmare from capping.
It's Hitori and Mage right now trying to win this one. The supports will eventually be back in time. Can they find the picks? Mage gets a huge pulse bomb onto Eevee, and somehow, some way, it looks like Avidity are starting to clutch up.
I can't believe it. Mage and Hitori just took their power levels to 9,000. The pulse bomb before Eevee could jump away, they just exploded into the sun. Hitori is constantly living, knows how to sync up with Juno, and at all times Hitori is alive. So Nightmare were literally 0.2% away from capping. I've like never seen that before. But wait, both Anas are down. Very limited healing, so Sound Bears to escape, help salvage the situation. So it's Nightmare with respawn advantage. Have to make the most out of it.
And they will finally, so they can take a deep breath now, and they're not going to get clutched up on by Mage and Hitori. No ultimates to be able to get that one back in, but feels like right now, the way that Hitori and Mage are playing with these dives, how coordinated they've been, it looks really, really good. But you do have a great time bank for Nightmare Eclipse moving forward, 2.5 minutes. And this is a point of the map, Jen, where you win one fight, and that's really all you need. Like, it's very easy to get that one fight win, snowball that onto third, then you get an even bigger time bank. So I think this is definitely a possible situation, as we actually are going to see Nevelia go over to the Kiriko, so offering something with that Suzu and that ability to deal a little bit with that Tracer.
Eevee is already chasing down a Tracer, but may have to drop down for that Mega Pack, or get in line of sight of someone like Nevi, who can now teleport forward and keep that flank pressure. As Avidity are fighting tooth and nail. They know they have already sucked up a lot of this time, but wait! Mage with the double kill! Waves the wand, says goodbye to 2, and Avidity keep their heads above water.
Yeah, Avidity looking crisp and clean. Another pulse bomb. The Suzu not in time, unfortunately, to deal with any of that. There was no way either that you're going to try and throw that, you know, sound barrier out, because then you're just like, oh, I'm just about to get Ajax. There's no way that I'm going to be showing up on a clip farming on a Tomathan video. There's no way, right? So very good business decision from Crumb there, and now we'll come into this next fight. Avidity still have that nano boost available to them, getting close towards that sound barrier, but Crumb does have the advantage to start things off.
Yeah, Lucio such a thankless job, and Hitori will have to thank Nenwai later. Nightmare have already got out of spawn and have punished Avidity for just being too committed. And that's not something you see every day. Avidity will have to reset. They'll have another fight for the end of B.
Yeah, I think Avidity getting a little bit silly there. A little bit too over-aggressive. I think too big for their britches, trying to hold them that aggressively. Great collapse from Nightmare Eclipse to punish that over-aggression. And now they have a 4 alt bank in their next fight, so they're going to be looking great. And NY died so early in that fight that there maybe is going to be a chance for them to find that sound barrier, but they need to do it quick.
Only one queen of this hill, but didn't hold the Deadeye for too long. It was more of a scare tactic, and now Julia gets to walk up. But this is a Tracer. Kind of got to swat the fly down wherever she went, but Nightmare still 45 seconds. It is do or die, and with Hitori denying the sound barrier from Crumb, this has now become very winnable for the go to match point here very soon, and Juno is under fire. Eevee doing what they can to live on until Crumb gets back into the picture, and you hope you got the rollouts warmed up because Nightmare need this sound barrier so bad.
And I think that was Avidity trying to stagger a little bit the tank to end up getting a little bit more time on the clock, but this is going to be Avidity pushing the pace right now, trying to stop Nightmare from getting back onto that cart. With Nadokado on this Tracer, they should be able to have that ability to proc over time, but you're walking into 2 support ultimates, and Crumb has to be the hero with this sound barrier to keep the rest of Nightmare Eclipse's chances in this map alive.
And Avidity know that they have the sound barrier, so all eyes are on Crumb and how early they want to pop this, and now to be proactive to take the initiative. But it's matched there by NY, and Hitori just received the nano, so a big ultimate advantage for the defensive side, and it's just an absolute war for this end of point B. And now Nightmare has to depend on Nadokado, but with this bubble breaking everything up from Eevee, Avidity just can't seem to find unison with their tank. They have to fall back, and Mage does not care about any bubbles. They pulse the backline, and Mage,
Nadokado
crazy. Wait, Nadokado just saved the day. A double pulse spot to remove the supports, and Nightmare, they have to push through to the end, and it's just a Winston to deny them, but it's not over. There's still a few more meters, and Avidity can still contest.
Oh, Julia's back on the Widowmaker just to try and get that 1-pick potential. Hitori is healing up and almost close towards that primal rage, but they might not even need it. Julia taking names, taking bullets to the head, and it's going to be Avidity holding at the very end. What a battle between those Tracers, between Nadokado and between Mage. It could have gone either way. It was on a knife's edge. Hitori, I think, got out of that fight, Lemon, with like 50 health almost. Like, that was so close to being an extra chance for Nightmare Eclipse.
I can't believe Nadokado and just all of Nightmare did not at least cap B. It seemed very doomed from the start. You know, we said that they're like a late scaling team, but they lost the early game pretty bad. It took like, I think they had 30 seconds left in their time bank when they capped the point. It took so long to get a full clean team wipe against Avidity. A lot of hesitation on how to keep these dives going, but the counter dives from Avidity were just that strong, and even with the respawn advantage, it took so much out of Nightmare just to cap the point. And Nadokado really blossomed there at the end, gave them the kills that they needed, but just with the 3 people that Nightmare had left, they just couldn't push those last couple of meters. And then Julia just flicks on 2, which was crazy, by the way.
Yeah, that was a great Widowmaker swap. You know, that is what King's Row is made for. You know, headshot after headshot after headshot, like we know from the Shanghai Dragons. But I think that this map in particular, from Avidity's point, the way that they were just able to make Nightmare Eclipse so uncomfortable. Like, Nightmare Eclipse, it felt like they were always waiting for that one perfect moment to use their ultimates, and they were just never given that chance by Avidity. Avidity was just always target selectioning down, taking down those members. I think Mara, like we talked about at the start of the map, had overclock for like 4 fights just because it was always getting bullied. Crumb was getting targeted a lot when they had sound barrier. So I think that in general, Avidity really was tracking ultimates so effectively and calling those targets so effectively that it really made it hard for Nightmare Eclipse to really gain any footing throughout the entirety of that map.
Yeah, it just felt like Avidity had great ult tracking. They always knew who was going to be the big threat coming up in these fights, whether it was, like you said, Mara with the ult, Crumb with the sound barrier, which had to pop it so early in the fight just because at any moment they could be collapsed on by not just a Winston, but a Tracer and everything else in between, even some Kiri swaps that really ramp things up. So Avidity on match point could be the last map for Nightmare, and they pick one of their strongest ones out of the pool, so we'd hate to see them get swept, but they have a plan, and that's what I'm coping with.
Yes. And I think one of the other things about it, it's like, you know, when Crumb, when she's like, I think the last fight that we had, Crumb, she's like, she has Sound Barrier, and Mage kind of just like blinks once, and Crumb is like, well, I have to pop Sound Barrier, or I'm about to get, again, put on a clip show, and there was no pulse bomb. It was just that fear of just the target selection coming in that made it so difficult for those ultimates to ever be propped up. So hopefully going into this next map where it is, we as casters love to talk about it, this is where you have to start that reverse sweep, haha guys, like that's I think where we need to see some sort of adjustment from this Nightmare Eclipse side if they don't want to get 3-0.
Of course, like Avidity are just playing like they're in their prime, and they really are, and they're like the spring champs for a reason. They are such an incredible team, and they showed us so many different flavors, but also just consistency throughout the maps, and Mage hasn't missed a beat. Nightmare, they're starting to find their stride, but now they have to hit their peak or they're going to say goodbye to their summer series.
Yeah, and you were talking about, like, players were like this earlier. Like, this is Hitori and Mage right now. Like, they're moving like prime LeBron and Dwayne Wade. Like, the way that these dives are being put down onto the supports, like, I feel so bad if I was like the supports, because I'm just like, what do I do? I have two of the best players in Calling All Heroes in my face the entirety of the time. It's so difficult to pilot when you, and that one clutch they had where it was just Mage and it was Hitori completely turning a fight on the back of both of them playing exceptionally well with clutch. I think that it's just, you're right, this team is playing completely in their prime. It feels like there's not really anything that I would critique them for going forward because of how in control they've felt the entirety of the time.
And it's like Avidity put themselves in the lower bracket. No team has been able to beat Avidity so far except Life. I don't know. I don't even know what happened. But Avidity, to their own demise, are here, and they have swept their way through the bracket. And Zocorp Nightmare could be the next victim. And Nightmare want to choose at least their fate coming up next, and it will be on Suravasa.
So this is an interesting one because I think that this Suravasa as a Flashpoint map, very much like a flat map in terms of not a lot of, I mean, you can still play like those dive tanks, but like this is where like Ramattra comes through. This is where Hazard comes through a little bit more. You have some of these heroes that are playing much more towards the horizontal ground, much more than the vertical that we've seen so far previously in a couple of those other maps like King's Row and like Ilios. So that'll be interesting to me. This is where I would expect maybe some tanks get taken off the board, but we will see. I think Wu Yang will be back in terms of the bans that we see. This is where I kind of would just like to see the Tracer just taken off the table at this point. Like, it's been 2 maps of Mage playing so well at this point. I think that it's worth a ban to take it away from Mage with how good she has been.
And Nadokado has had her number for the longest time, but it is still a battle between those two Tracers of who could pop off more. Because as soon as we're like, oh my god, Bun just got a triple kill, then Nadokado pulses both supports, and you're like, oh, I don't know who to cheer for. This is all awesome. But yeah, and I wonder if a Winston ban would ever, because I feel like Suravasa is more brawly with like Orisas and stuff, but like, would you want to consider like a Hazard ban or something? It all depends on how much work you've done to really study the tapes of someone like Nightmare, especially Eevee has brought out so many different choices. Hitori seems like an ultimate flex that you can't ban against her.
Yeah, I think Hitori doesn't really... I'm trying to think, like, go through my mind in, like, the Calling All Heroes and the other times I've seen Hitori play, and I don't know if she has, like, a weakness in tank. Like, maybe Reinhardt, but Reinhardt doesn't, like, exist anymore as, like, a tank hero. We don't see a lot of it.
You're
but
excused.
It's gonna be the Roadhog, which is where, like, if Roadhog did get significant buffs to where he is going to be back in the meta, this is probably a map where I'd be like, okay, I just don't even want to deal with it. Like, I don't want to deal with it. We've seen Eevee play it before. Let's just take it off the table completely. We're not really in the business of just losing a fight to one hook, which is kind of what it feels like Roadhog is at this point with the buffs that we had previously. And the Cassidy's going to be taken off the table. So that means that it is going to be, if there is going to be a little bit more of that dive-centric, high, fast-paced tank play, getting rid of that Cassidy means that there's not going to be a lot to deal with it on the other end, but that does bring Freya back into the picture.
For sure. And whenever I itch my head going, why would they ban X hero? I just go, okay, well, if it's the first ban, they're protecting the role. So if you ban a tank, then you can't ban any other tank. But this is a second ban, so I feel like this is Avidity like giving a cookie to Nightmare. Like, you guys can play whatever you want, we'll still beat you on it. That's the vibe I'm getting, but I'm just more toxic than most people.
Like the Torbjorn bans, when like Torbjorn's not meta, it's just like throw away. You're just like, we don't really mind. Play whatever you want at that point. And I think there are teams that do have that type of confidence. Avidity, the way that they're playing, wouldn't shock me at all if that's the type of confidence they had with how good they have been schmoovin' and grooving on these last 2 maps that we've seen. But Servasa, again, it is a pick by Nightmare Eclipse. They must have a plan for a map like this with that ban phase, and we'll see what exactly it is going to end up being.
So all tanks are on the table. All the real tanks are on the table. I'm gonna correct myself. So we may just see a Hammond matchup, which would be interesting. The first point is kind of in an enclosed space, so usually you see a lot more Orisas, a lot more brawls, even the hazards. So we'll see what everyone settles on. But this is the last hurrah for Nightmare, y'all, or they're out of the bracket.
Are we gonna see the legendary Hammond versus Hammond matchup? This is a great way to play Servasa here, and I think Hammond does have a lot of availability to kind of like move around this map effectively. So much verticality with you have the buildings, which gives you a lot of chances for grapples. I think this is a good decision from both these teams to bring this out, and I think your dog agrees with me, Jen, as we're gonna be going in to this map here. We're gonna be going into this map, and we already see Eevee going in, getting a nice pile drive, and Mage is already taken out.
Oh god. Now we get to see Eevee on Hammond. Don't get to see that every day, but clearly finding some value as Avidity have to ward away, but getting a cap, and Hattori's just kind of bulldozing through and displacing the supports, and I guess even going for the kills. I mean, sometimes you could just be a disruptor and even gonna get the teleport out of Nevi, so this has to be a cooldown that's called out, and Avidity are on the hunt down.
Somehow Hattori didn't die throughout all that. She was able to get out by getting a very, very timely health pack, because that, if Hattori's not in this fight, that means that Nightmare Eclipse would have swept it completely. But this has been a lot of back and forth, but it's Nightmare Eclipse who have control of that point, so they're continuously taking up that percentage, and they're totally fine taking these very long, elongated fights, because they know they're in the advantage when it comes to the macro.
Okay, and it was Nightmare eventually capping. Now it's flipped over the other side, and without Julia, you could have Nadokado just get on the point and force the attention of Avidity. But with mines coming up from Hattori, which, by the way, big difference in mine charge, this could be what gains or really keeps that real estate for Avidity. But with Juno kind of missing out on a lot of healing, and Mara gets to overlook the whole situation. So Nightmare are back in control.
Yeah, very interesting that Mage is going to be playing the role of the Torbjorn here, just offering a little bit of control of those flanks and making it difficult for Tracer to survive, as the title is going to, Title Blast is going to come through from Crumb saving themselves in that moment.
Oh jeez, Molten Core Mage just putting down the red carpet literally for Avidity to get back in. See, they're sitting on the point, it is getting contested, and Crumb's trying to support what they can when they can, and this is just so back and forth. No one's been really able to hold the objective for too long.
I feel like we haven't had like an actual team fight. It's just been the Hammonds, like, just what are those things, like the Nelson cradles, where they just like the metal balls just go back and forth between each other. I don't know like what they're called, but it feels like that's like what we've had, where it's just the balls are just knocking into each other, and then there's like a couple of other ones that are just along for the ride. It feels like right here, because now we're not even fighting on point. We're just fighting somewhere random on Servasa.
It's about making a statement, okay? Tell Cersei it was me type of dives out of
like, where are
out
we?
Of nowhere. Where are we? And Julia and Juno are just in for the ride. So yeah, I'm down to go with the crazy. You know, if everyone commits, it's a strategy. It's not an int. And yeah, the point got capped, by the way. Avidity held control through all of those shenanigans, and they'll be ahead.
Yeah, they're able to get through, and Eevee is going to have the minefield, which is going to be great for starting off a point like this. And you also have the overclock, which is great because there's not a lot of shielding to deal with it, and you can burst down Hammond significantly. But again, it feels like it's the same script that we've seen when overclock always focused down, and there they go.
There they go. Julia. Oh, where did that recall go? And now Julia knows. As soon as you see that recall out and you still have yours, it is the go sign. Pedal to the metal. Julia will stay put, and the point will unlock just now. Avidity seem to have the numbers. Hattori wants to contest this cap.
Where does Eevee go? Where does Eevee go? It's just fine.
Oh, the mines. Screw you. This is my point, I guess. It's a type of ult. I love that. Nightmare did get a cap because of that. And if they can keep Eevee up, then that's also going to be a Kiri ult turn.
also going to be the Tidal Blast still available here for Crumb, so she can use that to keep someone alive throughout all this. Actually going to be throwing it onto Nadokado, who's going to be Thanos right now, going into the back line. But again, Mara is taken out before the overclock can come through.
No one's a Tidal Blast, and NY will just protect themselves as the last living support from Avidity, while Juno will be able to teleport here shortly. Looks like Avidity have, well, won the fight. I don't know about the war, and they're still dealing with the remnants of Nightmare before the cap comes through, but 52%, it's a good start for Nightmare.
The other thing about this point is, like, the ultimates for Avidity feel so hard to play into because you're walking into a Molten Core. If you're fighting on point anywhere, this is, like, one of the best points to have Molten Core. You just throw it down on the ground into the water. It somehow still burns them. It doesn't make sense, but it ends up getting kills in that kill feed, which is what you want to see. And, again, I'm going to be looking at Mara. Are they going to be able to get the peel so that Mara can use the overclock? But it comes early and aggressively. The stick is huge, though. This is bullying, I feel like, at this point, Lemon.
Yeah, Mage is on the Tracer, so Julia making their Mage impression. Insane Pulse Bomb, and Avidity are back in the driver's seat. They have held this for so long because they take the fights anywhere but the point. And I don't want my ranked teammates to learn about this, but really, they're buying themselves so much space, and to catch people while they're staggered is such a good call from Avidity.
Also, this feels like crazy that Julia, as they end up going down, it's crazy that they bring in Julia and playing as good as Mage did on the Tracer. Like, both of these Tracer players from Avidity have been playing so well. That's going to be a second point cap for them. Just using those mines just to guarantee it, basically. Tracer hiding in a corner. Nadokado has to use the recall to get out of there, but is it even going to get a chance to get back on?
This has to be Nightmare fully committing. They started out ahead. They got to finish out strong, and it's Eevee has to consistently keep as the only member of survivability with love and opportunity to place the mines.
Gameplay. This
now,
is peak Torbjorn gameplay.
Guys, I swear we have the best players in the world, okay? I speak no lies, okay? But that's just how easy it is when it's Mage playing.
Yeah, Mage is just like, I'm going to throw my spider turret onto the roof, and if you want to, like, move anywhere, that's fine. My turret's going to take care of it. I don't really. It's called quiet quitting Torbjorn. It's basically what's happening right there, as now Mara's going to be opting in to go to the Torbjorn on their own, and that's going to be, I think, something that's going to be great for dealing with the Tracer, who's on the flank right now, but Hitori does not want to let any setup happen right now for Nightmare Eclipse. They want to end it right here, go 3-0, and continue down this lower bracket.
There's 3 ults for Avidity at the start of this fight. Like, it would take... Okay. Nightmare just got their 3 ults too. So rock, paper, scissors time. Carry ults. Mine's first though from Eevee, which is key. Avidity are gonna have to traverse an obstacle course. A lot of hoops to jump through, but Avidity are getting the kills, so maybe it's not too bad if they just fight anywhere but where the mines are. And wow, Juno and Julia, the JJs combining, and their forces have allowed Avidity to take the first, well, not the first cap, but they will eventually once they deal with Nevi.
Yeah, the minefield's going to be here. Eevee's going to slam back onto it, but there are still a lot of healers available for Nightmare Eclipse. Now it's over. Now this is going to be the cap going back over to Avidity. Julia needs to be careful, looking for the pick. Nadokado doesn't manage to find it, but Hitori manages to find a Kiriko on the back end. But Mara turning it back around, and these fights have been very scrappy. Lemon is what I will call that. I think that there is not really another word that best describes how these team fights have gone.
Either Mara is learning something new about the Torbjorn, or sometimes you... what is it about becoming the evil? Like, you see yourself become the villain or something? Like, that's what I'm feeling when I see Mara on the Torbjorn.
I think that's like, you see the turret just kind of like, oh, they're on the high ground. Ooh, Julia takes a lot of damage. Pulse Bomb available, looking for one of those backline members' targets. Or you see Juicy Torbjorn right there. Pulse Bomb comes through. Doesn't manage to find anything, but it's enough to zone them back towards the waiting arms of the Pulse Pistols. Crumb is going to get taken down, and this just feels like a matter of time before Avidity close this one out. Tidal Blast available in the back pocket for an NY if needed. Julia ends up going down.
Well, someone had to be sacrificed, but Nightmare, this is last fight. It is do or die. A couple more percent to go, and Eevee has to find value with these mines, but it's looking for a health pack, looking for their supports, and someone has to keep contesting the point. Now, Nadokado will be there, but it's also very low on health. It's Nightmare taking big risks and needing big rewards, and you got a multi-core from Mara to try and deny this point for one last time to Avidity. And Julia is back in the fray, gets stomped on, Goomba stomped by Eevee. Then you got these Torbjorn turrets that you have to dismantle too, or that's just free heavy damage, especially when they're on the ceiling. Now Mage puts down the carpet of victory, it seems, for Avidity, but with the mines up, Nightmare are getting a ton of kills. Mage is now under fire, and Nightmare, they are not dying.
Eevee completely clutched that one out on the Hammond, and now it's just, I think it's been a stragglation coming into this point, and I think that there will be a chance, because Julia is still alive, to be able to get back onto this one and proc that overtime if they want to. I think it could be a totally valid reason for them to also just say, we can give this point up, go back to the next one. But Hattori has gone over to the Doomfist, so that tells me that they want to try and contest this again.
A final fight, and Nightmare have to use all the old starts with the Kitsune Rush, and Nadokado looks for a pulse bomb opportunity, and Avidity, oh man, they're just getting hit already, and they weren't even organized for the fight. The overtime week's about to burn away, and Nightmare have to just remain still and stable. Avidity try to attack from all angles. Julia finds first pick.
Oh, no
It's
way.
the pulse on the Torbjorn, but still the splash damage is enough. Julia has to die, and everyone is looking at this Tracer. Now Hattori's on the emergency Doomfist. That's when you know you're down bad, but that's how bad. Avidity want to win this map on a sweep, and now the army has emerged, and Avidity are at full force, and Nadokado gets knocked out cold by a Tracer of all things. You don't even need a gauntlet. You just need a good team, and that's all Avidity are. They'll take this series in a sweep.
There's something in the water with these Avidity Tracer players, because that's twice in this series where in a fight that just looks like it's completely disastrous, the Tracers just end up clutching it up at the very end. Julia comes through, 2 picks onto the DPS, manages to make that fight a complete living nightmare for Nightmare Eclipse, no pun intended, right here at the end. But just based off of that, they were able to turn the fight because there was no damage left, and that's a great clutch up by this Avidity team, who have had plays like that from pretty much everyone on their roster in that series in particular.
I like that Bun Mage nerfed themselves by going to Torbjorn, it felt like, because I feel like Torbjorn is like swapping to Moira. You know, you only do it when you're really desperate or when the Tracer's like really annoying. But I think it also was Avidity nerfing themselves even with the ban, like getting rid of Roadhog. Like Avidity not just knew they were the better team and also proved it. A big congratulations to them. They'll be moving on to our next match coming up with Exo Sakura waiting in the wings, but also being in the top 3.
Yeah, and you know, commiserations for Nightmare Eclipse, who played, like, I think there were a lot of great things that we saw. Eevee looked great on the Hammond. It's just, unfortunately, a lot of these fights came down to just, it was moving first from Avidity, and even when they weren't, I love how this is in the replay, even when they weren't moving first, they always had an answer to anything that was happening. Yeah, Mara comes in and used that overclock very early, but stick with the pulse bomb and it doesn't end up mattering. The target selection had always been fantastic from Avidity, and unfortunately just never felt like there was ever a foothold for this Nightmare Eclipse team throughout this entirety of the series.
And hey, getting out in 4th place is still massive. $1,000 goes to Nightmare, Zocorp, Eclipse. All of them will have to divide that somehow. They're the ones that are going to be better at math. We're better at casting, because up next we'll have Exo Sakura versus Avidity Kids. So there's no stopping on this pain train. It's all about that momentum.
Yeah, and I wonder how that's going to be playing out for Avidity, because they look really clean, and you know, they already have pretty much their this felt kind of like a warm-up series for them, where it's like, now do they continue to move this forward, go through that lower grand final, and then go through the grand final itself? Like, this is going to be a very interesting team to watch with how they can continue to move forward through the rest of this bracket.
Well, before moving through the bracket, though, we're gonna have to sit down and talk with our kittens, okay? Because that was such an exciting match. They put themselves in this situation, and they're sweeping everybody. We're gonna have an interview with none other than Julia, that Tracer superstar we just saw. So don't go anywhere, folks. Kins have clawed their way to victory and a top 3 after sweeping Nightmare, Eclipse, Zocorp, all 3 of them. It was such a good series and heartbreaking to say goodbye to Nightmare at this point.
Yeah, it was tough, and we'll see like in the highlights, there were some really good moments from Nightmare Eclipse that we saw, but I think this Avidity team is just firing on all cylinders. They look like a very well-oiled machine, even though they saw some different looks. They saw the Roadhog a little bit, but their adaptation and their target selection was just always impeccable, like every single time, and it feels like there's not really a lot that this team can't play. They weren't really... there were a couple of times where I think they had some moments in those clutch plays where it was ending up on the favor of Nightmare Eclipse, but I feel like this team's clutch factor is also incredibly strong with what we've seen from not only Mage on the Tracer, but Julia as well.
Avidity are just such a well-rounded roster, and they have a third DPS that's just as good. Like, I did not see a weak point at all from Avidity, and they showed us they can play tank. I mean, we went to mostly... showed us they could play. They showed us they could play dive because we mostly went to dive maps. I wouldn't say King's Row is, but they still showed how good the Winston was at maintaining consistent aggressive pressure. Like, Hittori never let up. They were a star on Ilios as well, and depending on which DPS they were paired with at the time, like, they all synergized so well.
Yeah, I think that the communication feels like it's on one for this team as well, because again, when we're having a lot of these team fights where they're the ones who are moving first, they're the ones who are, the target selection we talk about, the ultimate tracking that we talk about, all of that is coming down to that communication between the teams. So I'm going to be very interested to ask Avidity when we do get this interview with Julia, how they think the communication structure is on this team, because it feels like it's whatever it is, depending if it's like by committee or they're just kind of doing it. There's one person who's very much doing most of the shot calling. It's effective, no matter how you look at it.
And just through all of the chaos, like, even we're having a hard time keeping up with it because there's Tracer 1v1s, there's Torbjorn's ulting all over the place, there's Hammonds coming in and out of the fight, there's the supports dying, sometimes not, and then also teleporting to their Tracers. Like, this is the type of high-level play that we come to expect out of the Calling All Heroes scene, and especially a team like Avidity, who have been at the top of that scene and may just go back-to-back as champions.
Yeah, I mean, we said that they came down to the lower bracket, maybe an aura way. There were some shenanigans in that upper side, but if they can go through this lower bracket the way that they've been going through the rest of the teams, those other 2 teams have to be looking scared right now.
Yeah, well, we gave y'all a montage, and we had to bring one of those superstars here for our post-match interview. So everyone, say hello to Julia. We have her on the line, or aka Senna. Congratulations on the win. Top 3. You made it look easy. How'd the match go for you, Julia?
Pretty decent for sure. Not bad.
Not bad, okay. No, like, you didn't just have a clip montage there at the end. You went crazy on Suravasa.
I mean, I got a little bit of a Tracer. I would say that I'm probably one of the better one of the better hit team players that can play Tracer.
Well, humble queen. Love it.
Okay. We like that. So I kind of want to ask about the communication structure a little bit of this team, because it feels like in the clutch, all of you are just so calm, cool, and composed. Is there a player on the team that you think is really the focal point for that kind of type of communication, or is it by committee? Like, how do all of you stay so calm and composed in those clutch fight moments where you're down 5-2 and you still manage to bring it back somehow?
I think mainly Hittori, but everyone contributes. I don't think there's any single player that does it mainly. But I think Hittori will probably be the one I would say, but everyone does it.
And I mean, there's so much happening in Overwatch, from a new patch, new hero, map pool stuff. Like, how did this affect you and the team, and what preparations you did for this match today?
I mean, to be honest, we haven't scrimmed at all for this tournament. We're just kind of free-balling it. Because everyone is really busy, as in we have 3 Europeans, although Hittori is in NA right now, but we have 3 Europeans, the schedules are pretty difficult, and then Envoy's on Nightmare, so yeah, everyone has like really tough schedules, so we haven't really scrimmed. But all we knew about this team from Juno is that these guys decided to play a little bit of Hog here and there, so that's all we really expected from this game.
So walk me through a little bit, because you talk about how there are all these, conflicting schedules and things like that. What really keeps the synergy between all of you together? Because it looks like, again, when you're in these clutch moments, but just in general, like the target selection feels really good. Like, how is it that you build that synergy when you aren't scrimming? Do you just have a really good relationship with everyone? Like, how do you necessarily get to be so crisp and clean on a dive or something like that between all of you?
I think for the most part we have like the best player in each role for almost every role, if not every role.
Okay.
To be fair, Mage, aka Bun, Hittori, and Nenwai have played with each other for like a while last year on Avidity, so they have obviously already synergy. And then Juno is just very close with Hittori. I'm like more of an outlier, but I would say that.
Whoa! Give yourself some credit.
Easily.
Hold on. I saw you clutch at the end of Servasa there. Hold up.
I'm just saying that I'm like more of an outlier for this team, as in, like I think actually the Hitscans, like me and Ivory are kind of outliers, as in we don't really play often with each of these players, but I personally think I slot in well or easily in different teams. I think I'm pretty easy to slot in, but yeah, I think it's mainly just Bun, Hittori, and Nenwai have like a lot of synergy from past year or like last year.
It was just so awesome watching y'all, and you have, I mean, the day's not done, job's not done. Next, you have Exo Sakura. Any final thoughts about that team before I let you go?
Well, in the Swiss game we had against them, first map, because we couldn't play Hittori yet, because they were doing something. We had to play bottom tank for first map, and then
I saw that.
Double Hitskin,
and
then they banned Tracer, which was pretty evil because we have 2 Hitskin players in, so they banned Tracer. But as soon as we had our players, we just kind of stomped them. So I think it will be the same thing.
Okay, we'll see if you'll keep on sweeping. We'll keep the brooms in the closet for now. We'll see if you could take another championship. Congratulations on this win. Good luck in the next match, and thanks for the interview.
Yes, thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thanks, Julia.
She was confident. Ooh,
yeah.
I love it.
Like humble queen about herself, but also the whole team's gonna smash everybody.
We have the best individual players at every role, and that's what I'm saying. And hey, it looked like that right now against Nightmare Eclipse, but nothing to shake a stick out with those last 2 matches that we have coming up.
Yeah, only 3 teams left, y'all, and we're saying goodbye to all of them and hello to 1 champion. Up next, our lower bracket final, Exo Sakura facing the Avidity Kittens. Feeling like they should be Tigers because they are just ferocious on the battlefield. They have not dropped a map yet. We'll see if that continues after the break. Hello there, it's Shinobi here bringing you another match. We've got Exo Sakura versus the winners of the series you just watched. Yeah, Avidity. We'll see if they'll, quote, smash the other team. I'm looking forward to that.
I mean, I think you said that they haven't lost, and we'll actually see that in the bracket yet. Where there was a little shenaniganery going up in that upper bracket side where they couldn't unfortunately continue their journey there. But this lower bracket run has been phenomenal from them, as you can see. 3-0 over Rebel Heart start things off, and Exo Sakura, how they got here is they ended up going down 3-0 against DK. Still a lot of 3 Overwatch, which I'm hoping as we get towards this lower bracket final and the grand final, start to see a little bit of turn on that one.
For sure. And DK, not like the gorilla, but duck enjoyers, which we've got drops on, by the way, because I'm sure if I looked at chat right now, there'd be 1,000 drop questions. Yeah, link your account, get some free stuff, and of course, all while supporting such a fantastic scene. Calling All Heroes has been going on for years, and the talent just gets better. Oh, thanks, production. These are the type of ducks you can earn today. Yeah. Banners, icons, sprays, whatever, and it's going down through September, and this will be the conclusion of the summer series. And we had our spring series too. Such a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, make sure to get your way into those drops, because this is the last chance you're going to have. So there's only 2 more series that you have. So make sure, if you weren't doing it before, you're doing it now. But we can take a look at our lower bracket side. Avidity just taking that 3-0 pretty convincingly, I'd say, over Nightmare Eclipse, and now having to face up against Exo Sakura, another great team that we've had here in Calling All Heroes. All of these teams that we're going to be seeing in the rest of the broadcast are going to be making it to championships. That's going to be awesome. So this is a little appetizer, a little bit of calamari before your dinner that you get to see going into championships later.
Yeah, oh my god, the Calling All Heroes Championship just around the corner. I can't believe it's that time of year again, where we get to celebrate the best of the best when it comes to marginalized genders in Overwatch, and it's all presented to you by Radiant. And shout out to all the casters that we've had too. Of course, we have a blossoming caster scene where we get to feature talent there as well. So we'll get into this match now. It's the lower bracket final. We got to get serious. Yes. All right, time for business. There's only 3 teams left. Everyone gets prize pool. Everyone's having fun, but $1,500 for third place, $2,000 for second, $3,500 for first. This is a big deal, Kenobi.
Yeah, but and also there's pride on line, because if someone's telling me I'm gonna 3-0 your team easily, I think I got a bit of a chip on my shoulder. That's some more bulletin board material that I'm not trying to let happen and let come to pass. So we'll see with both these teams. We saw Avidity just recently before, so the thing I loved about this team was their communication, the synergy. We talked a little bit with Julia in her interview. Fantastic when she was talking about how it feels like a lot of these players have been, they have a lot of issues in terms of finding ways to schedule time with each other, but they still have that built-in synergy, and the way that they're able to move in the clutch has been so fantastic. So we'll see if that continues against a very good Exo Sakura side.
This is just a well-stacked roster. And I mean, even Julia said in the interview that she feels like everyone is the best at their role. And Mage went insane in the very first map. She was killing 2 or 3 people per fight. And you just don't see that level of Tracer. And Bun, aka Mage, has been so well known in this community, so trusted within her team that they'll even throw her on tank if Hitori is busy that day. So this is just such a flexible roster.
Yeah, and I think the first fight we saw on broadcast actually was Mage just killing the backline and then another. So it's been 3. It's been pretty consistent, Mage's Tracer, but we do have the other roster to look at as well, Exo Sakura. I'm sure we're familiar with a lot of these players that are here, and I was talking about the tanks in the previous series, and I think in this series, again, it's going to be a fantastic tank matchup. Mari, she's known for the diva, but she's kind of gotten this hero pool ocean, I say, where it feels like there's not a tank that I wouldn't really not like seeing Mari on. Mari seems like she's very adept at playing pretty much anything when it comes to that tank role, and that type of versatility is something that I think will match up well against Hitori.
And Maria has grown so much as a player. She started off as this substitute tank back in the day, really that dive, that diva specialist, as you said, and now has been trusted to be that primary tank that can play anything, and earning that primary tank position and has stayed on the team since that spring series where they finished second. So Exo Sakura being that, I think that team that can threaten Avidity for that championship. This kind of feels like an appetizer for the grand final, if I'm honest, but we have the best players there. And Mari even plays in the console league, which we have a lot of console players on tank these days, and also even in collegiate with Briarcliff University. So it's cool that our Calling All Heroes players are getting experience in all types of places, and now we'll be getting experience on Ilios too.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing bans starting off from both these. The Roadhog ban again, and I think this is like, okay, we don't want to play against Roadhog on Well, and I'm really wondering if, like, those Roadhog changes were enough to, like, is Roadhog, like, kind of in the meta, like, a little bit now? Like, are we going... I think this is, like, a good, also, second ban, because I think the second you see that there's an Ana ban, you're like, well, what's the biggest counter to Roadhog? It's Ana. We should probably just ban Roadhog. Let's not even have to deal with it. Playing against a Roadhog without anti-heal is nightmare fuel, especially with the buff that they had. So I think this is a great decision from Avidity to take away this Roadhog on a map like this, where you just kind of don't want to deal with it, especially on Well, where even though those lips were a little bit grippy on like the Well part, it's still not fun to play against.
Yeah, I think Avidity definitely clocked the T there, as the kids would say about the Ana ban. Because, I don't know, fellow kids, is that what we say? And also the well being grippy.
A Zoomer in chat will correct us at some point.
I'm sure, but yeah, because who bans Ana on control? Like, Ana is already so weak on control because you want to be as far away from the violence as possible, and this is one of the worst maps to play Ana on as an Ana enjoyer, because you have to be so close to the action, and you just don't want to be. Your cane can only sustain you for too long, I should say.
Your old little bones are frail enough. You don't want to be in front of a Roadhog, and that's exactly why Avidity's taking it off the pool completely right now. So I think this is going to be interesting to see. This is going to be like where we see some more of that Winston. Mari, no stranger towards the D.Va. She's willing to play it pretty much into any scenario where you could play something like a Winston. So that'll be interesting if we see that matchup between the Winston and the D.Va, kind of which one's going to be able to control that high ground effectively. Not suspecting a Junkrat. I would, like, it's just not happening. Everyone, all the Junkrat enjoyers are sad, but I don't think it's going to be happening. They're not going to listen to the voices, and it's just going to be, this is like kind of standard Overwatch meta right now. Reaper in particular, with those changes to that perk where you can teleport much quicker and get those iframes, very, very strong in that current meta.
Especially when you put the shotguns where the sun don't shine against a Winston. So good luck to either of these tanks, because both Mage and Jeremy are running it, where Mage was running things on the Tracer on this very map, but we saw that, and Julia showed us in the interview just how humble she is. And look, already Avidity getting in Exo Sakura's space. Hittori very, very low, and that's going to build up some nice ult charge for Juno, when Exo Sakura are more busy about more preoccupied with capping the point than finishing off their kills.
And I think one of the things I really like about Hittori's Winston in particular is just how much on the edge she likes to play, but how much faith she has in the rest of her teammates, particularly the supports, being able to keep her alive. And this fight's going to be going in favor of Avidity. Yes, Exo Sakura gets 16%. Could make a little bit of difference going forward, but with, you know, Jeremy and Mari dying so early in that last fight, they're gonna be behind on very key ultimates here. Hittori about 25% closer towards that Primal Rage. Primal Rage in a comp like this, incredibly valuable, so we'll have to be keeping an eye out for that track.
Especially just being on this high ground, you deny that space for many supports. I want to sit down there, but also Avidity get to dictate when they want to start this fight. They've already been pushed off by Exo Sakura. Kitsune Rush will be the real kicker between Pauline and Juno, whoever's gonna use that first. Julia's trying to grab this mega pack, but is getting gate kept, also girl bossed, or whatever the kids say, and Avidity have Kitsune Rush very soon. They're not really pressured to use it at all because, well, Exo Sakura are not getting enough kills until maybe Regime and Benevolence are going crazy on the point, trying to get the flip. So Kitsune Rush used by Pauline just to really believe in the dream that is to flip this point, and it's quite successful for Exo Sakura.
Yeah, I mean, they have to use the Kitsune Rush, but I think that's worth it just to get control back of this point. Avidity will have to retreat, but they're coming back into this one with a 5 bank of ultimates in their back pocket and starting aggressively with the Kitsune Rush, just going directly onto that point.
There's the flip for Avidity, and with the Primal, you could just outlast anything, and the Pulse that got stuck to Hittori, I was a little worried who they were escorting that too, but the Sound Barrier has expired from both sides, and Avidity remains in control. Jeremy's trying to drop down like a helicopter, maybe with the Death Blossom, and honestly, you just do more better single target damage not using the ultimate. Fun fact, and Mage gets caught mid-teleport. Doesn't even matter, it was only a distraction while the rest of Avidity killed everything else.
Yeah, and I really love the aggression that we saw there from Avidity, knowing that they had the advantage with the Kitsune Rush and just throwing it directly at the start of the fight, not really staying on Ceremony. And you can see Mari is going to be going over to that Winston, has been focused down a little bit, so now going over to something she's a little bit more comfortable with here on that D.Va. And it's also going to be great at dealing with something like the Reaper. If the Reaper's becoming a problem, just throw up that defense matrix. Reaper's not a hero.
Well, Avidity, one final fight for this first point, and being met by quite a challenge. Remember, this is one of their biggest rivals when it comes to threatening that championship title that Avidity holds. Right now, just controlling the high ground space and marking where this Reaper is, and Mage doing the same thing. Jeremy forced off the map by a Primal from Hittori. She has just been showing us a masterclass of the Winston. Overtime's about to burn away, and it's just Mari on the tank doing what she can with no armor left and no self-destruct to buy another life. But the Kitsune Rush from Pauline is going to try and assist Mari to remain alive, but it's not going to happen. Avidity's focus fire is simply too much, especially with a Reaper like that. But Jeremy clears up the real estate, forces a flip because of the Death Blossom, but do Exo Soccer really have the numbers? They don't have a support. They don't have Pauline involved, so Avidity are just going to subtract Exo Sakura from the equation and flip it shortly.
Yeah, they're just going to flip it back over to that 1%. Is there even a chance as the overtime wick is going to start burning down? Don't think there is going to be one unless it's desperate plays right here. And even if you're being kept girl bossed by, right? That's what it is? Right?
Yeah, something like that.
By a bunch of people on that point. So it's not going to end up happening. A pretty, I think it was close a lot of the times. I think I did like a little bit more when Mari moved over to that D.Va. And I think it really did work in terms of dealing with Mage on that Reaper. But you were right, something that you said in the broadcast, Jen, is that the target selection, we talked about it in the previous series, it's still just impeccable right now between Avidity. Like the way that they're moving, the way that they know exactly who they want to dive on, how crisp that dive is. It's that synergy that we talked about between those three members of Hittori, Bun, and NY, and how long they've been playing together and how they kind of just like know each other's minds inside and out.
Yeah, and even Julia has said that in the interview. In Avidity, they were so good at forcing out critical cooldowns like those Reaper Wraiths, but though the only Mage is going to stick on the Reaper, which means Jeremy will have the advantage of range and trying to put damage down to those supports, force those cooldowns as I mentioned, and mainly get them uninvolved, because that's really all it takes. You don't always have to kill, but rather force back the enemy. Now the point will be unlocked very soon, and I think at close range, Mage is gonna have the advantage of being a Reaper against a team that won't have much to say about it.
Yeah, and I think you can see how deep Hittori is going for these dives right now, just trying to get into that backline. Force Jeremy out of the fight completely because you saw that there was Regina and Pauline already on point. There's no way they're going to be able to get back to Jeremy on that Freya, so you've lost so much damage, and that's exactly when Avidity is going to take control. Again, really good soft dives to take that positioning away, which is something that D.Va does struggle with a little bit against the matchup.
There's only so much Matrix. There's so much love you can give to the other team. Matrix the Reaper, chase down the Tracer, blow up the Winston and the Bubble, bully them out of that safety. So Mari has such a difficult job right now. So you need to see someone like Benevolence really get active and be involved in, are we tank busting? I'm on board. Are we going after the Reaper after Wraith? I'm on board. Like Exo Sakura has to be facing that peak synergy. And wait, when the Reaper teleports in your face, it seemed like a free kill. Hittori had the peel and Avidity falls back to the point. There's some blood in the water, and Exo Sakura have to take advantage, but Mari suffered so much damage early that Exo Sakura need that tank to lead them to success.
Also is available for both of these Tracers right here. We'll see if there's going to be an E potentially from the D.Va. Always have to be on the lookout for that cooldown. But Jeremy, again, taken out so early in this fight. This time, completely off the map instead of just pushed back. And again, so much damage has been lost for this Exo Sakura team.
Okay, the Kitsune rush. Now the ults come out. Exo Sakura need a flip, or this is just looking unbeatable from the Avidity side. And Death Blossom available, but Avidity are just hunting their prey at this point, and they just haven't given up anything. Exo Sakura, as soon as they take a step, that's a calf. As soon as they take a step, Mari just doesn't have armor anymore.
Yeah, and now, I mean, that was only 2 ultimates used for Avidity, so they have 3 in their back pocket to deal with whatever Exo brings to the table, and they smell blood in the water, like you mentioned, Jen. They're going super aggressive here. Regime is down before Soundbarrier can even be popped.
It's not a game without Avidity touching spawn at some point. Now the Soundbarrier Avidity not only want to touch spawn, they want to set up camp, they want to join the enemy side. Exo Sakura is still trying to break out, and Mari keeping on the D.Va because she has self-destruct, but the rest of them suffer. Mari just can't peel for everyone, and she also has to lead the team to the point as the primary space maker. Speaking about space, you got to self-destruct, but the Death Blossom just to block Mari from getting back into mech. Of course, like you said, great bubble from Hitori to stop the self-destruct, and it just feels like it's another day at the office for a team like Avidity.
Yeah, Regime not long for this world either. And that's, I mean, a very convincing second point of Ilios. And they have not dropped a single mile per hour on the way that they've been moving for Avidity. They look fantastic throughout all that, even against someone as good as Mari on that D.Va. Just the way that they continue to make these dives and make life nightmare. It feels like there's just like, okay, this is the one person we want to bully on this dive, let's go do that, and then let's turn back around and we'll just win the fight. Because the way that I think that they're coordinating these dives, sometimes they're not even like fully committing to the dive, they're just soft diving, taking that space away, and just removing the options from the other team.
Just the pace that Avidity play at, because you would think in a vacuum, D.Va can step inside the Winston bubble, use the micro missiles, depending on the perk, are also going to do a lot more damage, but to blow up that Winston, to burst the bubble metaphorically, physically, D.Va is good into Winston, but not good against an army of D.Va busters, like a Reaper, a Tracer, a Winston. Like, there's so much for Mari, and she would have needed like all the resources possible, which is not easy for someone like Pauline, who has to teleport to help Benevolence on the flank, has to teleport to help Jeremy when they're using Wraith on the Reaper, and then also feed heals nonstop to Mari, who got the entirety of the focus of Avidity.
Yeah, it's like analysis paralysis, where it's like, well, I have these players over here that I need to help, and then there's these players over here that I need to help, and it's like, I only have so much defense range because I only have so much boosters, and then it's like, it's Winston, it's kind of just like, I hit my jump and then I hit my bubble and then that player just doesn't exist anymore. Like it is,
Winton.
Yeah, it's just very, very, this will protect us, you know, type beat, where I think it's just very, it's very difficult when a team just is playing on such an edge where it's like, even like there were fights there where it was like 3v2s on point, where it's the supports and then the supports of Avidity are able to move around effectively enough to not die. Like that's kind of the biggest thing, where it's like, if we can just get that like extra 5 to 10 seconds where we play a little bit on the edge, play at a disadvantage, where we know that Hitori and Mage are going to be doing their thing in the back line, if we live, that's going to be enough for us. And I think you'll see in a lot of these fights that we see when we get the overhead from our great producers, is there's these fights where you see the Winston go deep, and you see the supports that are just kind of like left on the point where they're own, and they're playing totally fine. They are comfortable. They got a blanket on. They're listening to some David Guetta. Like you're putting them on payphones. Like it's just totally fine.
It did feel totally fine for Avidity. At no point on that second point did I feel like they were really in any trouble at all, because whenever ults were used from the other side, like Avidity were able to conserve all their ults and then match them band for band, as the kids would. I don't know, I keep coming up with Zoomer things, but we have another map coming up. One thing that I'm not joking about, at least, is that the losing team gets to pick it. This is still a best of 5, so Exo Sakura will have that advantage. So I'm wondering where they want to go to, and I don't even think there's like a bad map for Avidity. Yeah, just because everyone's good at that, but
yeah.
Mage
like
is also stamping off like every hero. Like Mage is playing everything right now.
I feel like King's Row is just like the emergency, like let's stop the bleeding button, and then it's like, okay, let's hopefully like get some neutrality here. It will be interesting to see if we go to, I think Atlas has been picked a couple of times second. Servas is a possibility. I think that was a very hard map to look at because it was very favored towards the playstyle that we wanted to see on Ilios from Avidity in that map. And the Winston, again, from Hitori looks fantastic. I think the way that their dives are being coordinated is great as well. And it's hard to play against a team that's just that on it. Like it's not even like we're seeing the enemy teams that are playing against Avidity play bad. It's just so when like a good offense will always beat a good defense, it feels like, with how Avidity has been playing.
Yeah, it doesn't even feel like Avidity showed their full strength. Like, even Julia said in the interview, like, they did script with the matches, which I'm like, oh, okay, just casually sweeping, like, the best players and calling all heroes without a scrim, and almost the 200-0 in the first map, so it's not like it took any warm-up time. Like, that's just how good Avidity are. And Hittori didn't even play ball, or at least from what I remember, because that was so fast. So, yeah, you were right with the King's Row, and it's like, Hittori's not playing ball, not at her, maybe like best hero. Mage is playing a Reaper, which if you saw the Tracer, you were like, oh my god, thank god she's not.
Look what they
Tracer.
took from us. Look for what they took from us with the Reaper meta.
Right. Oh, speaking of Reaper,
the ban gets taken away, but this is what Avidity kind of did in the last series, where they're like, okay, well, we're gonna take away Kiriko during one of these maps. I think it was the first map that we saw on Ilios where they initially banned it. They banned Kiriko, and then Mage just went ballistic on that map. Like, to me, I'm just like, oh, so Mage, first off, doesn't have to play Reaper, and now doesn't have to play against Kiriko and Tracer, and I'm like, uh-oh. Like, this is... I'm a little bit worried here about this King's Row with how good Avidity has been whenever we see that Kiriko ban come through.
yeah, just okay. So there's less people harassing my grandmother, Anna, so she can sit nicer in the back. Her Kayn can stay up, and she can keep nanoing the win tint. That is the key strategy to Avidity. And I'm surprised Exo Sakura are like, no, please, no Reaper. Like, I feel like you started it. Like, Exo Sakura, like, they started this Reaper shenanigans, okay? And now they're settling, okay, truce, no Reaper anymore, guys.
No Reaper anymore, which is great, because as much as I think Reaper is like, it's like it's hard to like pop off on Reaper. It's not like a pop off hero. It's like everyone can play it, right? Like, if you're a DPS at the caliber of like these players that we're seeing right now, you can play Reaper. It's like whenever we talk about like hero pools, I never talk about Reaper in that, because it feels like everyone can play it, and it's a hard hero to really get a lot of value on. That's nice in terms of something like Tracer, where it's like, hey, I go kill 3 in your backline. And I felt really good about watching that. When I see, what about the memes about the Reaper guy, where it's like, I love the Reaper guy, or someone in chat's gonna post the copy pasta. Go ahead and get that going right now.
Reaper jail right there.
Yeah. Is this the jail from Persona?
Yeah, I didn't even know.
I didn't know this was here.
I'm not spawned a lot, guys, so I just don't.
oh, yeah. Okay. You're too good to see the jail cell at the King's Row.
Get me on Avidity, man. We'll take every championship, but we could at least look at Exo Sakura, where Jeremy is on the Pharah. So Nano Pharah, I'm excited for this.
Jeremy, and actually we are going to be seeing Mari opt into that Roadhog. So one of the things that we do have to talk about Roadhog with that buff is that the critical damage was buffed, so it makes it easier to burst down these targets really effectively. And we've seen Avidity, though, play against a Roadhog before in our previous series, and we're very, very patient in how they dealt with it. But there is a lot of spam coming from Exo Sakura's composition, so this is really going to be kind of a battle of attrition for these two teams before a hook comes through, and then that's really going to be the go button for Avidity to try and get onto that back line.
There's no one that's gonna really peel for Pauline except Pauline. So big, that's really tough. That's why we don't play Roadhog. But I love calling all heroes, so I will support any decision and every decision. Avidity, though, as I was saying, they get to dive whoever they want, because unless Pauline is attached to Mari's hip, who is gonna peel for Pauline except a Sleep Dart?
I think the other thing about this is like, okay, if you're playing the Roadhog right, if Juno has the easiest hitbox of a sleep probably in the game, and then you nano on top of it, and then what we saw there is like you just end up falling over if you're a Roadhog. So I think you can't really operate the hooks from like the front perspective area like that. You probably have to be going after the Ana more so than anyone else, because if you take off that Ana, that means there's no anti, no sleep, and you get to be a little bit more free with that Roadhog.
Well, I guess the big win condition for Exo Sakura is nanoing the Pharah. I've seen that just cause the ultimate destruction. Oh, just these picks alone. You don't even need ultimates. Jeremy finally gets online, and now they can get more aggressive. And having a Pharah at this choke point when you've stalled out Avidity is awesome. And now Julia goes to the Ashe to deal with that problem.
Yeah, this is just, I'm playing Hitscan right now. I have a free thinker. I've switched over to deal with the Pharah. Exactly what's going to happen now is you're putting down some pressure. I mean, Winston can even do a little poke with that right click towards that Pharah in the the air, but there is no Tracer now, which makes it a little bit harder for the damage to come through.
Okay, got the ult to save Exo Sakura to keep them anchored in front of this choke point. Hattori gets active and a little too involved, and he supports the space with the nano from Juno. This is the secret sauce, the recipe to success for Avidity, who break out of that choke point, not without some bodies being left behind. And Mari is going to contest for as long as she wants. And holy, the breathers are going crazy. And that's going to be the ult battery for Avidity, too.
Yeah, I think also from Avidity, that was just like, let's make Hattori Thanos right there, because it was the Tidal Blast and the Nano on top of it. So Hattori never gonna die in a scenario like that. She could literally have had every cooldown hit her and she would have been totally fine. But now, Mage is going over to that Echo, again, trying to deal with Jeremy in the air, put down some pressure, and also that focusing is gonna be really good against the Roadhog getting down towards that half health.
Oh, the whole hog. People are close to a wall. This is a nice narrow area, but I'm also coping because I seem to be not a Roadhog enjoyer the way that Mari is, but the defense can still hold strong and still trying to grab any kind of squishy. Now making their way to the backline, Jeremy Farah right into the Winston space. No Primal Rage used in time to counter that barrage, so Avidity definitely gonna have to slow things down, which gives the open lane for Benevolence to get after these supports. The pulse bomb doesn't connect, but the aura is there.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you throw it out and it just doesn't hit. You know, so you got to take those 3-point shots sometimes. As we're going to have a recontest. Really good hook by Mari onto Mage. Make sure the flank doesn't come through. Anti-sleep onto Mari right now, who's getting taken down very low. But should, with the new healing and with the Wu Yang, should be able to stay alive. But in the back end, the fight is not going the way that Exo Sakura would want.
Good zoning with the ult at least, but a greater reaction from Juno, and Avidity just get to keep on rolling, being able to deny that ultimate. And Mari goes out kicking and screaming, and will always take somebody with her 6 feet under.
It might not be working in this Calling All Heroes in particular. This change to Roadhog is going to be a nightmare to play against in ranked. In solo queue, nobody's going to be having fun anymore with Roadhog walking around with 2x critical multiplier right to your head. It's going to be very, very, very scary for our squishies in the Overwatch ranked solo queue. But now this is going to be a great position for Avidity to be in. They have control of all the high grounds. Roadhog really not good at dealing that, so he's just going to continuously take poke after poke after poke.
Okay, Jeremy gets saved by the Wu Yang ult, and Hattori gets to keep unleashing. This kill feed is all in orange as Avidity head to the finish line with such a huge time bank. Okay, Mari didn't get her one this time. She's always good for one, but Exo need to be good for something. They'll have one last fight to contest.
Yeah, Juno hit a great sleep onto Jeremy, who was going in with the Tidal Blast and just got completely negated whatsoever. And this is where you want to be if you're an Ashe. Against nothing to deal with on the other side, vertical mobility, you're feeling totally fine. Hattori does end up going down, so that's a big deal. But Mage with the swap onto the Tracer, looking very good right now. Tidal Blast covering the dive in and engagement.
Wow, just that Ashe popping the head of Jeremy, just getting them so low even with the nanos insane. Mage is now getting to finally play Tracer, but no more. No, back to Echo Jail for you. Like, Mage is quite literally stamping off every hero. This card has not been stopped, and Hattori's on the Malga. All the swaps come in. Nothing can stop this team, stopping their way to victory. They'll at least get a 2-minute and 18 time bank. The biggest challenge coming from the end of this point C, so truly Exo Sakura will have the right swaps here to put a stop to this.
And I really like, again, the patience that we see from Avidity when they play against this composition in particular with the Roadhog. And I think, again, the Roadhog, just in general, like, the buffs are good. They look nice. Like, the fact that you can be able to, like, kind of turn these fights around, hold a lot of presence with the Take a Breather and being able to hold positioning against something like a Winston is good. But also then, someone's just like, hey, I'm switching to Malga. Hey, I'm switching to Ana. And suddenly Roadhog just doesn't, isn't playing Overwatch like we play Overwatch anymore. He's playing like a horror simulator game. Like he's playing Outlast or something. Resident Evil 7. Any of the ones. But it's like it's very difficult to maneuver with a Roadhog around heroes that like counter Roadhog pretty severely. And I think that's something that Avidity did good with their switches in that map and the way that they changed their playstyle a little bit.
Especially when you Exo Soccer themselves banned the Reaper, which would have been an option to deal with the Winston, Hitori, just a menace. And I mean, you ban the Winston, they'll probably just play Ball or something.
Yeah.
Although maybe Ball's even trickier on this map. But I think Mario also going to Roadhog is just like a man. I got cooked by a Winston. I gotta think of something because the D.Va got so much focus fire and it's a great choice, but there's only so much Matrix you can use. So Roadhog just being self-sufficient. Don't worry about me, guys. Heal everybody else. But the Doomfist, Mari Doomfist,
Yeah.
I am sad.
Ooh,
I love that.
Along with Jeremy's classic venture here, I'm so interested to see how this is going to end up going because of the fact that there's not a lot to deal with the Doomfist here. I mean, there is the Brigitte with going to have the shield bash, but a great anti-nade to start things off. That means Nenoi is going to be forced back, eventually taken out. But the peel is so good right there. Can Juno stay alive?
Yeah, you definitely want to avoid these low ceiling areas because as much as you want to pin somebody against the wall, like you ideally want to try to use some of this high ground if you need to escape, something not every character can do. And Avidity, they trade back and forth, but it is Exo Soccer with the respawn advantage, so Hitori is in some trouble. Could just focus those backliners, but Benevolence, fantastic shot into Julia. This is how the pain train starts for Exo Sakura.
Yeah, and I'm really loving the switch to the Cassidy as well, making it difficult for Hitori to operate on this Winston that has been so good for him because you can't just go into the backline. You have to be worried about something like a stun. You have to be worried something about a sleep as well. So great start from Exo Sakura on this map, and now they have a chance with a 5-minute time bank going through second. There's a potential that they could finish with even more time as Mari gets taken down so low, manages to stay on the line, just barely does end up falling. That would have been so much ult charge for the supports. That's really the disaster there of Mari going down.
And that's what's key. Pauline would have gotten Nano off of that for sure. And Exo Sakura need to keep pushing through this choke point. That's so sad. That's so sad.
That felt so mean. That's like that's like when you're in ranked and you're like 3, 2, 1, every cooldown, and that venture is no longer with us.
Well, Exo Sakura are still in the card. Oh, wait. Hitori at the sleep. Great sleep, Pauline. You save yourself for now. Never mind, because Mage was still finishing up when Hitori started, and even through the pulse bomb too. Avidity, just a synchronized unit. All the gears are turning, and Exo Soccer are turning in their graves right now. They'll need another fight.
I gotta say, even though it's not winning the fights necessarily, Pauline has had a lot of really good sleeps that could have made fights even worse than they end up being a lot of the time. And unfortunately, it's just too much. Like, there's not a ton of peel with Exo Soccer if you do use so many of your cooldowns early like that. And when we see these clean, crisp dives coming in from a team like Avidity, and now Hitori gets to play very aggressively as she wants because she has that final rage. Regime is down. That's a lot of healing that's going to be lost.
Jeez, the rally on top. My God, with the stuns and everything. Jeez, no one messed with Nenoi. Okay, they're now the bully in the server. Look at them, raid boss all up in your face. Just killed Benevolence support, by the way. Exo Soccer. Okay, it's not a map without Avidity touching spawn, and there you go.
Yeah, there it is, just like we know. And oh no, Mari needs to not get caught here. Actually, it might have been a Bay Julia left a little bit in no man's land right now. Oh, has to use the Deadeye. That's a little bit of greed, I think. One of the 7 deadly sins coming for this Avidity team.
It's like Deadeye for killing, I sleep. Deadeye just for the reload and to alpha the other Cassidy. I woke. Chad, I don't know. Something what the kids say, I don't know. But Exo Sakura are getting the kills. They're actually punishing Avidity and how overcommitted they are. That anti alone on Hitori is really gonna force that. How are they still alive?
How did Hitori get 2 kills? This isn't fair. I'd be so mad if I was with Exo Sakura. I'd just like, okay, we won the fight. We got 2, and I think Hitori might be able to get out. Well, okay. Oh, anti.
Oh, no.
Anti. Oh, got the health pack. Wait, monkeys together strong. Winton.
There we go. And progress did get stalled out a little bit at this T-zone because you're definitely going to need your Winston involved in this, especially when Mage is looming, lurking around. Jeremy just popping up right on the Cassidy, a stun, and Jeremy has to take a sit. And Mari will be there to finish off the kills. And now that Mari is on the Winston. You could see just how different this team looks.
Yeah, Mage is also going to be behind Exo Sakura right now, and you can see that they're actually looking for Hitori's going to come back, try to stay on this cart, but actually a great dive from Exo Sakura, manages to take out Juno, and the cart's just going to move forward. Really well played from Exo Sakura, who get 3.5 minutes in their time bank.
Exo Sakura losing Pauline means it may just have to take a C, or at least depend on Regime to help things. Mari could use that ult very soon. Okay, dives out in time, and now everyone's got their ults, and everyone's happy for Exo Sakura, and they got the power positions.
Yeah, they might finish this map with more time than Avidity did, as we still see Mage in the backline dueling against Pauline, but the peel is really good from Regime, keeping their counterpart alive during this scenario, as Mage going to be continuously looking in that backline to see if they can find anything. Great Nanti, and Regime is down.
Dude, Juno is crazy with these, and still having the nano. Not going to use it quite yet. Jeremy, beneficiary from Pauline's ultimate, and Mari was 2% off the Primal Rage. Just these little micro things that are hindering Exo Sakura's success, so it won't be a better time bank compared to Avidity, but this can still go the distance.
Yeah, I think it definitely could, and we have to remember that they have to cap with a little bit more time here. If they do cap in overtime, this map is only going to be drawable for them. As you can see, you know, it's already positioned very aggressively here. Doesn't necessarily have the Primal Rage just yet, but Jeremy gets hit with the Pulse Bomb. Gets taken back to spawn, but a nice anti in return.
And Mage is just crouch walking behind the team, like just Pulse gets to walk away from the crime. And Benevolence has to keep Mage in her place and doing a great job of also hitting the shots against Julia. Exo Sakura have been getting better at punishing these overcommitments from Avidity. I know they really want to touch spawn, but you also have to try and win because Exo Sakura, you gotta respect how good these DPS can be.
That's no Primal Rage from Hitori. That's very aggressive from Avidity. They're going to end up losing a lot of position. They need to be able to back out here because they get one last chance. You can see them trying to find Julia to make sure that they can't. Hitori, though, with Primal Rage, should be able to contest this card.
Has to be a final touch. Avidity, Mage, Hitori, someone with a Primal. Need to make space for the Julia Deadeye. That gets pulled. The trigger has been set, and Exo Sakura want to get away. Oh my god, the sleeve to keep Hitori in their place, and shot down by the Cassidy. Avidity backs against the wall, fragging out like their lives depend on it, and Benevolence just gets to sit back and play like it's a practice range. Even the pop-up on Mage, lucky that they're still alive. Exo Sakura now Sydney pushing the card of all things, and Benevolence got a little too close to the sun.
I mean, it is just on a knife's edge. A couple of those shots hit from Benevolence, and the fight looks completely different, but we're still scrapping. Mage getting very aggressive, gets taken down by Jeremy, says, I am the Venture player of Calling All Heroes.
Now another nano, this time from the defense. Hitori gonna keep setting Exo Sakura back, staggering them if that's what it takes. And Mari got the nano at the last second. Pauline had to walk up, just be able to deliver that. And now Benevolence is bubbled off from the fight. Hitori just places the wall down, goes and kills the tank, and Benevolence can't do anything about it. What a smart play from Hitori.
A fantastic bubble, and there's nothing Exo Sakura have left here in terms of their ultimates. Unless this fight goes very long, it's gonna be so hard, and they even have to deal with a Tidal Blast, which you can just throw onto Hitori, who can go into the back line and just become unkillable. This is a very difficult fight that Exo Sakura needs to win in overtime. They need to touch cart, actually.
Match point at the ready. Jeremy will touch there just in time and tries to get the assassination on Julia. Pops the Deadeye, keeps Jeremy down, and the final shot rings true, and Exo Sakura nowhere to be found, and Avidity just right at the finish line will undo the laces of Exo Sakura and have them tripping and get that much closer to match point.
And that's Avidity. Probably the hardest we've seen them push, I think, by a team so far, Lemon. In this, at least in this bracket in particular, in this broadcast day, there were some really good things that we saw from Exo there, but Julia sometimes, the way that she's able to clutch out with this Cassidy, whoo, Lord. I mean, I know that there's like, I know Julia was like, you know, I'm kind of new to the team. I can slot into any team that I want. Julia looked fantastic this map in particular against a very, very tough Exo Sakura team who was playing at a very high clip as well. I love the decision making, bring in that new composition from them, bring in the Roadhog, bring in the Pharah, bring in the Venture as well. Like, I think this is probably the hardest that Avidity had to play to beat a team that we've seen so far.
And with our radiant replays of the match, you saw just Well, any team that plays Roadhog into Avidity just suffers. So that's our Radiant lesson of the day. But once I feel like team got onto the right composition, Exosakura, mirroring the Winston, this was such a better team. I think even when Benevolence got to have some space to operate, their shots looked just as good as Julia's.
Yeah, and I think as well, like when they were counter diving effectively, you can see here from some shots from Benevolence really being effective there. There were some times where I think Avidity got a little bit too silly and too over aggressive, but you have to be, you have to punish moments like that, and Exosakura did a fantastic job. So now I think as we go into this third map, there is some ability for, if there was ever going, the caster thing that we always talk about, they were going to start a reverse sweep. It's now, and they played really good on that second map. Like that, I think a 3-2 is indicative of how close of a map that was, at least on the second part of it.
Hittori just getting on the line, like, get my agent on the phone. Also, they need to make a Winston skin where he just has like a stack of bills, and he's like, hello. That's like the real aura move, which I definitely, at least the image was there for me, Hittori. That was a fantastic map once again from Avidity. Their aggression has no limits, and just based on Julia's interview, I felt like even she doesn't have a ceiling. Like, she knows they could be just better than that, and they're on their way of sweeping everyone. They're on match point here.
Yeah, and I think it was, there was a lot of talk about from Julia where it's like, I think we have the best player in every role.
Best everyone.
And it certainly looks that way. Like, they are playing, I mean, they still have to play DK in that grand final, but it is looking right now that they do have just the cream of the crop in terms of that talent when you're thinking of like the talent that we have here in Calling All Heroes, the talent that we have in Exosakura. I mean, just everyone, if you have the best 5 players, they look like it right now, and they are playing at that level. I think that there is, I wouldn't really argue with Julia after that interview, unless there's a reverse sweep now, and then I'm gonna have to eat some crow. But as of right now, I'm up 2-0. I'm safe in saying it.
Yeah, I mean, Regime and Pauline did what they could to just peel for each other. Also hit some very critical sleep darts. Every time that Hittori had Primal Rage, they were slept for half of it, and the nano on top. So you're able to make the most out of a situation that was looking pretty cooked, especially if you're not able to nano your own Winston and do the same thing, which eventually things started to go in that direction for Mari and Pauline that were trying to replicate that same success. But with how to match fire with fire, I mean, Mari, she had to go so deep for those kills because of how far back the rest of Avidity played. So Pauline often put herself in these dire positions trying to deliver those nanos.
Yeah, and when you go that far out, Avidity has been very adept at counter diving very aggressively. As we see, New Queen Street is going to be our next map. Interesting push. This is going to be the first push I think that we've seen today, and this is one where I'm like, okay, Wrecking Ball very good on this map, Tracer very good on this map, potential bans from both those sides. I think it's something that we have to be aware of on a map like this, and it is actually going to be the Winston and the Freya taken off the table, so maybe that Hammond will be coming into play.
Definitely feeling like a Hammond mirror. Then you take a 1-hit skin out of the pool when you still have Cassidy and Sojourn. Or maybe Mage will mirror something. She kind of is playing Echo IRL, where she just copies whoever is in the other flex position. Whether it's Torbjorn, we just saw the Venture quote copy. Even, I mean, we literally did see the Echo from Mage. Like, she is playing every hero in Overwatch just to spite us.
Mage is like, I want to play Tracer, but I don't really want to play Tracer. I'll just play Echo, farm my ult in like 30 seconds, and then I can play Tracer. So I have a little bit of variety in my life as we go to your home country, Canada. Right here, hockey player.
Right in the knees. Hey, Overwatch went to Toronto too a couple of times.
We did.
Best events
yes,
ever.
They did. Those were great.
Hope that happens again soon.
I think Canada's a great
place
to hold events. Any truers?
I've really converted him, guys. I really converted. You could also join the crew by picking New Queen Street on your next rank dial here, which I'm sure no one does. But hey, clearly Exosakura, guess what? They have a plan because they picked this map for a reason. And hey, if you think that someone's gonna be playing the ball, maybe this would be a great time for a Roadhog. Okay, bigger hitbox. if we have Roadhog mirror right here,
then that patch is very scary to me because it's going to infest the entirety of the like. People at home, do not get any ideas from this. Do not get any ideas from Torbjorn, Roadhog, Symmetra. Don't.
Yeah.
This is not the lesson.
In.
This is not the lesson.
Not logging in until everyone figures this out. Like, this is not happening. Mari Hattori, Roadhog Mirror. You heard it here first. Channel 4 News. This is gonna be a massacre. Oh. And Mari just got poked down.
How?
We didn't even get to see any hooks.
What happened? Mari's health bar was there and then it was gone. Just completely. I don't know how. Oh no! Not the hammer kills! Not the hammer kills on match point, Mage. We can't show that on broadcast. Prod.
It's been 30 seconds.
Oh god.
Let's chill. Let's chill, guys, with the hammer kills. Now they're emoting on the card for the end of King's Row. Now there's hammer kills like Mage on Torbjorn. I'm here with the popcorn.
We're getting into like what's your favorite Pokemon territory is what I like to call it. Where it's like these are fights that are going to be ending very quickly. As Jeremy's actually going over to the Pharah, which I do like because it's very hard to counter Pharah as Hattori gets absolutely obliterated with the DPS that you have from Avidity. Pharah gonna have a lot of free roam to work with, and that's exactly what's happening right now. And I think this is where Avidity probably needs to swap off and get over some hit scans.
Yeah, fantastic not on hook from Mari. Hattori was just about to get somebody. Mari hits him with the Uno reverse. God. So hey, some initial progress from Exosakura when things looked not so chill at the beginning. Why are we zooming in on the body?
No! Joker!
Joker, no! You can't steal hearts while you're dead! Oh no! That's so cursed.
Okay, now we're flanking. Now we're flanking as Torbjorn and Juno. And Exosakura, do they know which way they want to go here? They don't because Mari ends up getting taken out. So does Benevolence. And Juno, we talked a lot about the rest of the players on Avidity. Juno has been on one every single time that they've been on a support here. Like the mechanical play from the Ana has been fantastic. Also the mechanical play from the Kiriko. And this is one of the new members of the team. This is something Jesse talked to me about Twin Salty, where this is one of the only members not from that team that won the tournament. So Juno fitting in exceptionally to this Avidity roster already.
I keep thinking about the hero, so I have to train my brain here for a second, but... And if you want to train your eyes, just put a Torbjorn turret down, because even if you don't have eyes, it'll mark the flank, and that's what's made it so hard for Exosakura to get to these supports. Wow, Juno just got bulldozed. Holy cow. Exosakura just living through all the Torbjorn ult, and Mage is going to have to disappear into the shadows, pull a disappearing act there. And Exosakura, they don't get beat down multiple fights in a row. They always have an answer.
That was awesome, though. I think that I love that they used the Tidal Blast as an engagement tool, where they just sent the Tidal Blast into the middle of the enemy team, knocked them all down, and then completely turned the fight. Now they get to have some momentum. They get to start accruing some meterage themselves, and they have a Kitsune Rush to work with. Nenway not close towards that sound barrier.
So Sakura can try and catch up and even steal away the lead, because especially with the Kitsune Rush, you got a barrage. Jeremy's getting a little too energetic here. Man, just Mage at a distance. You got the headshots from Juno too. Like, there's not 2 DPS. I think there's 3 on this Avidity team.
Every time I look at Mari's health bar, it's just at like 50% or it's gone like completely. And now we're having a Sigma. We've just gone full. We've gone full counter for counter. Now we're on the Sigma against the Roadhog, which I think is great because you basically can't get hooked and die at all if you're a Sigma right here. You can use the shield, you can use the grass. You're totally fine to stay alive. As the sound barrier is going to come through, and Avidity want blood.
Oh, the shield.
Oh, not the Torb hammer kill.
Mage! Mari, she's going through it enough. we don't need the hammer on the nail like that.
Oh,
Avidity
no.
looking for the full cap. It's not even over. Job's not done. A canceled barrage from a whole hog. You could wake me up from a coma and I would still not believe the sentence I just uttered. So, like, I can't believe this is happening.
They're still going to be moving forward here. They did lose a little bit of damage without the Torbjorn, but now the Kitsune Rush, they're just going aggressive. Mari gets hooked, but the Great Grasp is there to keep him alive.
Last hurrah from Exosakura, and they have the respawn advantage. You got to deal with this turret too eventually, and having a stable shield, that's always nice. Nenway getting bullied now, and hey, those staggers will count for something.
Mari, she's had enough. She's had enough. She's been bullied the entirety of this map, and Mari's just like, I'm going to the Sigma. I'm going to start carrying her right now. That's exactly what happened. They're able to turn that fight because it looked like it could have been completely turned over. And now Hitori, we're just doing the chess, doing the counter chess between these two teams. Rock, paper, scissors. Now going over to that Doomfist, which is very good into that Sigma. Can punch him directly out of that grasp and not have him get any value.
So Sakura got to build momentum from this, but every time they return to this neutral point, it just, they want to get aggressive, they want to take space, and Avidity, they just hose them all down. The fire that never gets to really shine from Exo Sakura, they return to spawn, and Hitori's on the Doomfist. We're getting the whole carousel of heroes from this team.
Yeah, I mean, if you're Avidity, you're totally fine just continuously rock, paper, scissoring these tank matches because you have such an advantage when it comes to that meterage as we actually see Regime going in with the title blast alongside Jeremy, able to get one into Nenwai.
Yeah, this is just too many threats for Jeremy to deal with, from the Torbjorn turret to even Julia, Hitori. Okay, little cage match between the two. No ult involved that time, but Exo Sakura don't have a tank, so they kind of get some cart push towards a neutral point, but Mage now has to hold back this tidal wave of players. Exo Sakura getting fast and loose with the Kitsune rush, and that's enough to put them in a winning position.
I will say one of the coolest things that I'm seeing Exo Sakura do is throwing in Jeremy with the tidal blast into just the enemy team, like Swanton bomb from the top rope, and just completely wrecking fights. Like, I'm really loving the way that they're maneuvering with that combo of hero and ultimate, and it seems to be working out for them. Now they take down Julia, so Julia is that hit scan player, now having to go over to the Pharah and maybe not as comfortable on something like that, but Hitori waiting in the wings. Oh, Regime. Oh, gets out. Okay, very well played.
3.5 minutes, but this is Exo Sakura's best chance to really go for a lead steal. And it starts with Mari, Gravitic, Flux, and it's hard to really nail down everybody on Avidity. Will do their best, and maybe it got Hitori, maybe not, but again, Avidity can scatter just that easily, and Mari's now dealing with a Doomfist, which can just punch them away from their shield, away from supports, and apparently out of this fight, Mari out cold, Avidity just ramping up behind this crazy Doomfist.
I mean, these Tribers from Regime are doing a lot of damage. They're just not able to secure the kills. They need the follow-up from Jeremy in fights like this. And now Mari is going back over to the Hammond. So now Hitori is going to be in a little bit of trouble. But Jeremy gets taken down by Net. Is that anti-air Lucio that I'm seeing? What is happening? This is peak Overwatch.
Would be proud. We don't ask why, we ask how, and then why shows us exactly that. You got all kinds of answers to fire these days, and Regime trying to stabilize Mari at this moment with the old Kitsune rush activated from Pauline. Now that Nenwai's sound barrier is gone, big advantage for Exo Sakura. Need to chase down these kills while you got the speed, and Hitori so elusive, but Benevolence finds the shot that matters, eliminates the Lucio. Hitori will find a Mega Pack, but Exo Sakura can ramp up now some of this meterage on the cart.
Yeah, but in terms of like just the macro in general, these fights that keep going this way, where they're just back and forth, no one's really getting a foothold on any of it, they're always going to favor Ability because of the fact they have such an advantage. They already have that checkpoint, and the time is just running out. That barrage felt intentional directly at Mage, and it's able to get Juno off the back end too, so now we're going to flip that bot back going forward, and potentially Exo Sakura can find a way to start getting part progression, but Hitori is just playing bodyguard.
Jeremy conked into that room and barraged against in a 1v2. Like, Asylum level plays that work, and that's what it's gonna take to take down a team like Avidity. Exo Sakura still at the bot at the neutral position too, so they'll see some progress, maybe get to that checkpoint, they're lucky, but Hitori is just everywhere all at once, just like the movie and in your nightmares too. It just has not been stopped. Now just nailed down Benevolence, and Exo Sakura chasing down all the kills that they can, but Avidity are just that much better.
Really nice wall here coming up from the Symmetra. Not going to be able to survive, but still making it very difficult for Exo Sakura to start moving forward. With the help of that minefield, Hitori getting taken down low, healed back up. But again, these fights that just keep going back and forth, they're not really getting any value in terms of that positioning on the cart. And now Julia's gone over to the Sombra, and Mari, again, is put in a position where the hero is going to be a lot less fun to play.
Just too much anti-air, and this is gonna be right. Mari receiving all the Regime ultimates, and Avidity hold back as best as they can. What a good slam, and the Suzu, the save That person from Avidity, as Mari will fade into the shadows and Avidity left to pick up the pieces while they still can. 23 seconds. This is the last race for Exo Sakura to try and match the pace that Avidity have set. And speaking of pace, we got Kitsune Rush, Pauline and friends trying to rush down some kills as best as they can. And Jeremy gets the pepper down, has some space. Hattori doesn't have necessarily an answer, and Julia can't provide that from the Shadow Realm. So Exo Sakura getting to the checkpoint very soon.
Oh, somebody comes through though, and that's a very, very low Jeremy. Not able to get the secured pick, but Benevolence ends up going down. Fair Barrage, what can it find? It finds one, not the second one. Julia is able to take it down, and it's just a lonely Mari on the point right here. She's gonna follow along, and Avidity, through one of the scrappiest maps we've seen here today, Jen, is able to take another 3-0 and head to the grand finals.
Flawless victory for the Doomfist and the rest of the squad from Avidity. Holy cow, they show us that they can win on any map type you throw at them, and on any hero. They will mirror it and do it that much better. Although there wasn't a Doomfist mirror, Hattori really has proven they could play anything. And Juno, like I said, third DPS in the lobby.
Yeah, Juno, I think was playing. I also just did that thing where I was like, Juno, that's the name of the hero. But Juno has been playing yeah, Juno has been playing fantastic, I think, throughout the entirety of Avidity has, and really, it is starting to become more and more apparent that Julia seems to be right about them having the best player in every single role, right? Everyone looks like they're playing at the highest clip that they possibly can. They've had 2 3-0s today, potentially won another one. we're replaying Hammer Kills, diabolical, but they probably won another one in that grand final.
I don't know if Mage can get away with that again. I mean, they're going to be screenshotting every single one. I feel that. But hey, Avidity to the grand final to see if they can make it a 2-peat against DK. And hey, I do gotta give it to Exo Sakura for pulling out all the stops, like every kind of change you can, from Roadhog to counter the Winston to the straight up Winston ban to try and nerf Hattori, to even the DPS changing to everything they could. There really is just no answer. Julia was right. They really are just the best at their roles.
And I mean, for Mari, I think it was, the fact that she was able to play everything, where it was like, oh, I can basically go to any other hero I want. The Sigma looked really good, kept them from probably getting full hold completely for Exo Sakura, or full capped rather for Exo Sakura. So I think that this team, they had some really good moments on that map in particular. It was a little bit silly from, I think, everyone involved, but overall, I think that this Avidity team, it feels like they just want to run through this entirety of the lower bracket 9-0 and just, go get dinner somewhere really quickly, because they want this broadcast done and dusted. They don't want to give you your drops, guys. It's not our fault. It's their fault. Blame them. It's not us.
Well, they have another job, and it's to suffer through another interview with us. We gotta keep yapping with Avidity. If they keep winning, this is what happens. We gotta get a break going so we can get them on the mic. So don't go anywhere, folks. Around the corner, interview and the grand final. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone. We have our grand final around the corner of our Calling All Heroes Summer Series. And guess what? You just watched Avidity sweep 2 teams. Not much of a highlight package because they're just that good. I mean, we could make a montage out of anyone on that team, I think.
Yeah, I wonder how many hammer kills we're going to see in this highlight package. Probably one at least. But yeah, I think this team, like, if you just wanted to like pick a player, we could probably make like a, you know, like a whole like clip with like the dubstep and like the montage things of like any one of the players that we've seen so far with how good all of them have been playing. It's just been from top to bottom a great experience for them. They look like they're poised to go into this grand final and take another 3-0, making it 9-0 in maps, having not lost a singular map throughout the entirety of their bracket phase. But yeah, this Avidity team has been absolutely phenomenal.
Really was, and showing us they're not just one-trick ponies, like one comp and that's it. I mean, yeah, it was a lot of Winston, but so many different pieces had changed, from Julia on the Cassidy to Julia Freya and Mage on anything. Torbjorn, even Venture, which they just like to mirror basically whatever Jeremy does. I love, you know, it's one thing to beat your opponent, but to beat your opponent on whatever they pick is even more funny.
Yeah, I think so as well. And I think as you're kind of like looking through a lot of these comps, a lot of these replays that we're going to be seeing, you will notice, like you mentioned, the difference in comps, like the ability for all these players to switch over to different things and still look like the best players on their roles in particular is pretty incredible. That one anti-air Lucio clip that Frogger would be proud of, probably my favorite out of all of these. But I think that this team looks incredibly scary as we go into our grand finals.
And they're going up against DK, who also hasn't dropped a map. And they're on the upper side of the bracket, so there's like an aura diff there. But Avidity did it to themselves. They took an arrow to the knee and they shot it. So, you know, they've been on their last life, but now that clearly doesn't matter because it was almost that pressure they needed to play that much better.
Yeah, and we do have an interview coming up with one of the members here of Avidity. Again, it feels like we're going to be talking to them a lot. It is Juno. Hello, Juno.
Hi, you hear me?
Hey, yeah, we hear you. How's it going? Congratulations. Nice to be interviewing your team once again. How did that match feel?
Felt really good. I'm obviously new to the team, but it's really fun to play with all the people on the team.
Okay, so walk me through a little bit about you like being new to this team, because I think you're the one person who is new coming in from spring onto this roster, and it feels like it's a great environment to be in, the way that like you all are moving around and playing so effectively. How was that integration coming into a roster like this of Avidity, who had already won a championship and you were replacing Scuff?
Honestly, a lot easier than I thought it would be. I thought I would have a lot more pressure on me, or like feel a lot more pressure, but it's honestly been really easy. Everyone on the team is really helpful. I do feel like I'm maybe a bit worse than the other players, if I can say that, but they're all really helpful.
No.
Your headshots were insane.
Yeah, I was. That Kiriko play.
We're calling you 30
Okay, honestly,
that Kiriko play was
on
really good.
On New Queen Street, me and Bun were moving like crazy. But yeah, everyone's been really helpful. If I make mistakes, people don't really flame about it. They're just being nice, and they're trying to explain the best they can, and just like what to do better, how I can play this or that differently. It's been really nice.
Awesome. And what are your goals as yourself, an individual player in Calling All Heroes? Like, where do you want to see your career go, and what are you personally working on?
I want to win. So I want to
Just
win.
Hell
I
yeah.
wanna
Like,
win.
I was expecting like hero pool, like get my accuracy up, like I want to ultra, like just win, right?
I mean, I think I have a pretty wide hero pool already. I want to pull out the BAP at some point, but I don't think he's amazing in the current meta. But I'm getting to play Ana. That's really fun. Obviously, Hitori is a really good dive player, so that allows me to go on basically every map. She can just, I don't know, she just pulls out Monkey on literally any map and carries.
So talk to me a little bit about how it is for you as a support in the current meta, because it feels like, I mean, I don't want to like take away from you in any way, but it does feel like if you have Hitori and you have Bun or Mage, or you have like Julia, it makes your life so much easier, it feels like, than if you were, you know, having to struggle a lot with the space that you're not given. Is that how it feels a little bit, and did that help in making that integration a little bit easier?
Yeah, playing in this team makes me feel like I never have pressure on me. It's kind of crazy. No one ever takes damage, and everyone just like kills everything. Like it doesn't even if I'm playing badly, it just feels like we're winning anyway. It's just everyone is so talented on this team. It's crazy.
And you're going up against a talented team in the grand finals coming up. You got DK, who are still on the upper side of the bracket. They haven't dropped a map either. What's the scariest thing about them? Or is this another day at the office for your team?
Honestly, I think Peace is the scariest for me. That guy is scary on Genji and Tracer. But honestly, the whole team is really, really good. I feel like it'll be a good match. But that's who I'd look out for.
I hope it'll be a good one. Or, you know, even if you pull a 9-0 type of day, I put my hands up. I say Cinema. And I say Julia third DPS for like the 10th time that match. So, or Juno third DPS, I should say. Julia, Juno. We called you kind of JJ duo, but it was so nice talking to you and getting to know you. Best of luck in the next match. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Bye.
It was another good interview. There's a lot of great characters on this Avidity team. I'm really loving what I'm hearing from them. How easy it's interesting also like to hear someone talk about how easy it was to integrate into a team that had already won, you know, being the only member to come back into a team that had won in the spring finals, now coming in having to replace, and just seems like it was very easy. So it definitely looks that way based on what we've seen so far throughout the entirety of Avidity's run through the bracket.
Yeah, and also that Avidity and Exo Sakura will be at the Calling All Heroes Championship, so this rivalry will continue, but there's still one more match we gotta settle. Who will be our summer champion of Calling All Heroes? Up next, we'll have DK versus Avidity Kittens, so don't go anywhere. It is time for the grand finals to determine who will be our champion of Calling All Heroes. And we have a different grand final than the last spring. It's Avidity versus DK. And these are two teams that have been at the top for some time.
Yeah, and Avidity, I think DK rather, they want their revenge against Avidity because Avidity took them to task last time that they played in the spring season. And now Avidity is looking poised with what they've seen through them through the bracket stage so far and through just basically the entirety of the time that we've seen them on broadcast. They look like the team to beat, even though they're coming from the lower side. That they look so good. But DK is going to be on the top, saying, "Not so fast, my friend. We still got some Overwatch to play."
And just to flash the graphic real quick for the bracket, DK also have not dropped a map. They 3-0'd Hypnos. They 3-0'd. Well, that was a. I think that was the forfeit one. But they also 3-0'd Exo Soccer, and we just saw how good Exo Soccer actually was. And DK haven't broken a sweat getting to this point. But they've definitely been sweating buckets when it came to that encounter against Avidity, as you pointed out, where they got 3-0'd in that upper bracket final in spring. But hey, all the maps were really close between those two.
Yeah, that's where like the meme of like the 3-0, the close 3-0 actually like works sometimes, where it was a lot like that. But you can see how Avidity have moved through the lower brackets so far that we've seen today. 3-0 over Fable, 3-0 over Nightmare Eclipse, 3-0 over Exo Sakura, and with how they've been talking in the interviews that we've had with them, feels like they think that they can just get a 3-0 over DK and make it a quick day for them. 9-0. Unfortunately for some people who want their drops, making this broadcast not as long as they would have liked.
Yeah, I like how Avidity just postponed their encounter against DK by just look at the time, I can't make the match, but hey, I mean, kind of leaving everyone in the dust in the lower bracket. Avidity Kittens are gonna be clawing their way to another championship as much as they would hope to. DK have really risen to this challenge. I mean, they went from being third place in spring to being in the grand finals here, but the big gatekeepers, the final bosses have always been Avidity.
Yeah, it feels like Avidity is very much that final boss where, again, we talk about it with the interview that we had with Julia. They have the best player at every role, it feels like that they have. And they need no introduction, right? If you haven't been here with Avidity, first off, where have you been? First, like, you know, Calling All Heroes is going on. Right? What else are you doing? But they need no introduction, right? I think you have Mage, who is Bun, one of the best DPS players that we have in Calling All Heroes. Hitori has been playing fantastic. Nenwai and Juno have been very close together as that DPS or as that support duo. And Julia has been coming in to her own as being a very good DPS in her own right, even flexing over to that Tracer and playing at a clip that is similar to what Mage has been doing.
Yeah, and to be a flex DPS and to have that good of a Tracer in your pool, like, that's why these people talk about you could slot me on any team. And they're going to be ready to serve and protect and also kill, I guess. So these Tracers have been out of this world. But I also want to show some love to Nenwai, who proves that they are such an aggressive Lucio. They are anti-air Lucio. No, like, you can't fly in their vicinity. Like, that's how good they are. DK, on the other hand, you heard from Juno in that interview. Their biggest worry is peace on this hit scan.
Yeah, they're the leader of the bunch. You know them well. They're finally back to kick some tail. DK is a... You know, when you look at the players on their roster, Peace is someone who I have known for a very long time in terms of contenders and collegiate, but the rest of them as well. Like, Cinnabar has looked like arguably the best Wu Yang I think that we've seen in Calling All Heroes. I think it's something that Twin Salty and Tiny Shiny mentioned last week on broadcast, that Cinnabar looks very strong on this hero. Yes, did get nerfed, but I think she is still able to play this hero very effectively to the point where I think it could possibly be banned.
And the big question on everyone's minds is, how do you stop Hitori? Like, I mean, you heard it from Juno in the interview. Like, that's one of the best pieces on that roster. You try to ban Winston, they go Ball. You try to ban Ball, they'll go Winston. Even on maps like King's Row. And that's just one of the threats on the Avidity roster. So DK hoping to rewrite the script, because last time it was a sweep in favor of Avidity. But it is one thing to be an opponent once. It's a completely different story to do it again. There's so much tape and so much to go through, including a meta and patches that come around.
Yeah. I think the other thing that's going to be interesting is we go to Lijiang, not Ilios, as our first map, which is different from than what we've seen from the past 2 series so far. Bans are going to be very important, I think. And when you have 2 teams that are this close in terms of that power level, and when games are, you know, decided on that knife's edge, that difference in what we see in terms of those bans could be everything to deciding who gets to be the winner, as it is going to be that Wu Yang Bang like I was talking about because of how good Cinnabar has been playing that recently, and it's going to be the Torbjorn ban, which is something that Mage did pull out recently, but that means the Tracers are going to have a lot of fun in this map in particular.
Yeah, I thought maybe Bun Mage was trolling a bit with the Torbjorn pick, but it ended up really frying everyone in the lobby, including anyone who tried to play Tracer. And there's some range to that turret, and you could even stick it to the ceiling. So yeah. I can imagine just how annoying that would be on a map like Lijiang, just any control map. You want your Tracer to get active, and you don't want to have to go through obstacles, including shoot turrets, which is so annoying when you could be shooting, you know, heroes.
Yeah, and I think the other thing about the support play that we're going to be seeing, a lot of the success that we've seen from DK has been with Wu Yang in that, just the map in general, right? A lot of, you know, they have that ability to switch around their tanks because Santana is so versatile, but their success is really when it is the Wu Yang and the Kiriko. So now being moved off of that, this feels like Avidity is throwing down the gauntlet, immediately being like, what are you without the Wu Yang? Are you really as good as you are without the Wu Yang? And this will be a great place to showcase that.
And reminder, y'all, the grand final is a best of 5, no bracket reset. We settle the score here and now before we all go on vacation. Well, summer is about to end in like less than a week, so this is all we have left of the summer, and then we'll see what the future holds. But you want to end your Calling All Heroes season on a high note, and both these teams are undefeated in our bracket.
Something we'll have to give for one of these teams, and if it's anything like the last series that we saw between them in a competitive environment with that bracket earlier in the spring, this should be a banger. So make sure you get everyone who you know who loves Overwatch, loves Calling All Heroes, get them in here, get them. Maybe you could still get drops, you can still get like the drops at some point. I think that it's definitely possible, even if you start right now. Yeah, get them in here. People love drops. I bet I wish I could count how many people have been saying ! Drop in the chat right now. It's probably a gazillion.
It worked. The brain worm. I've infected everyone with the drops brain worm. But now we get to kind of settle down into the night skies of Lijiang Tower here on Night Market to kick things off, which a lot more secluded of a first map. Symmetras can be set up to get your TP, well, maybe out of spawn and maybe swap, but Symmetra also very viable. But it's the Reapers out from Peace and Mage.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a Reaper matchup between these two because of the fact that you have that teleport perk that is so strong right now. But interesting that Sniper's going to be on the Zarya, so offers a little bit more of that self-peel and potential peel for the Reaper as the Reaper gets aggressive. As Tori gets absolutely obliterated. This is not something we had seen in previous matchups. It looks like already DK have a very good fix on dealing with Hattori.
And just these right clicks from the Zarya are good at displacements too. You want your Zarya to live as long as it can so they build up that energy, and that's a quick win from DK, really having to set the tone and have a statement against Avidity. Hattori now on the Winston to try and collapse, because if you can bubble off that Zarya, literally, against her own will, then you could really try to deny some of those resources that Sniper's going to need to keep living.
And I think one of the things about this composition with the Zarya in particular is that you can get a lot of free charge just from throwing it onto Peace or on yourself when that dive comes through. So it is something that Avidity will have to respect. They haven't played it against it today. It is a new wrinkle for them that they are going to need to adapt to.
So far, Hattori just hasn't been able to lock down some of these more mobile heroes and doesn't want to focus on the tank. The Wraith has been forced out from Peace, so that could be a window for Avidity to engage in, but because they're so low, they have to take some time, but that's the time that DK benefit from when they still have the point capped. And Sniper, you can tell that they've really built up some energy. They're trying to be that threat on the front lines, but they're low. That's a great bubble from Hattori. Kitsune rush to help keep Hattori aggressive and anchored in DK's face, and ZZZ didn't really get to live on through that Kitsune rush. condition. A lot of healing is critically missing from this DK roster, so everyone's going to jump off the map to try and not give any ult charge.
Yeah, nice little bit of percentage for them, though. 65%. That's about, 2-fight territory for them at the very. The big thing about this for Avidity is now they get to hold and they have all of the spacing to work with, right? The Winston is going to be able to set up, take away some of these angles and high grounds away, and make DK really work for every inch to try and get into the point. You have to be looking at those sound barriers as well between Cinnabar and between NY. Very, very key ultimates with Julia having that pulse bomb to make it very difficult for Cinnabar to really maneuver in this fight.
Oh, Julia, the Wraith forced out. I mean, Peace hasn't been able to get comfortable in these fights, but I guess Sniper just deals with Mage on the counterpart before the sound barrier could save things. That is now DK punishing that overcommitment, something you need to do against a team like Avidity. This will get DK back in the driver's seat.
Then went just a second too late with that sound barrier. Yes, it was able to save some of the key members, but the overhealth was just not enough to keep them sustained through that fight. And Hitori has been focused down pretty significantly. This is only the first Primal Rage that she's had, and now you're really going to have to be looking out for this Primal Rage to get value or the Pulse Bomb. But with a Graviton Surge, can you even get through?
Okay, blow up Nenwai and the rest. You didn't have a support ultimate to say anything about it. So now DK could hope to stagger the rest of Avidity, so there really is no chance to touch now that Julia is dead. And Hitori just has to pop Primal to get more jump cooldowns quicker, and it's just, there's no chance that, okay, Hitori did touch just in time to force overtime, but where is the rest of Avidity? Julia has the triple blink, then why not with the rollout? So round one goes to DK.
A very convincing round one as well, and this, it feels like if you took the nameplates off, I'd be like, okay, well, Avidity was the one who won that round, but not so fast. It's DK playing that Zarya comp to absolute perfection, focusing down Hitori, which is something that a lot of the teams have had struggle with that we've seen previously on broadcast. Hitori not finding the same amount of value, and this is a great, I think, lottery for, sorry, my brain completely blanked on the DK, because I can't say the other name. It's DK in particular. Yeah. This is great because Peace is probably one of the best Pharahs that we have in Calling All Heroes, maybe even in like tier 2 in general. Like, this is a great place for Peace to be in, where you have this Pharah on this map in particular, where it is so adept at working.
Oh, the ball comes out from Sniper, and Hitori, the same win condition, try to bubble off these individuals from their healers. For now, Avidity sets up camp with Mage. Tip of the spear with the Reaper, going to be deadly at close range, and Mage really wants to bring the fight towards this kind of ring around the rosy, but to have your Wraith Force this early, Mage has to join a support, giving now some space for DK to try and cap, but this is going to be denied from Julia. This is an important job from the Tracers to babysit the objective as much as you can until your recall is used.
Yeah, you can see that how patiently that you're trying to play this. If you're on the side of Avidity, you're trying to just play and farm towards those ultimates effectively, see if you can find those dives, but they're not being let by DK take any of that space away.
Mage getting harassed. Oh, okay, just right on a knife's edge there, and hoping to cut down these DK members, but Peace gets to fly high. An unlimited ceiling. Okay, there is a ceiling here, yeah. But man, there is no ground left to stand on for anyone on Avidity.
It feels like there's an infinite ceiling, and one of the things that's really hard about Avidity, trying to move through this point. Yes, they did, capture the point, but it's not like they have something like an Ana where you can just continuously farm up that nano. It's on the Juno, and it's a little bit slower, and we're not seeing Juno find some of these picks that they were so adept at finding in those previous series, where you really want to see that Kiriko get value in the neutral.
Now with DK in control, Winter have all the lanes to try and explore and get a pulse bomb, and it's tricky against a Reaper because they could pop Wraith at any time, so has to pick a different target, and does not stick through, but still gets the last laugh. Now DK ahead in numbers. Avidity trade as best as they can, rolling about as Sniper, causing all kinds of trouble, and now harassing the supports, being Juno, who has to teleport forward out of danger. Now you have Sniper laying down the mines, so there's really no safe space for Avidity to traverse in this objective.
Yeah, Avidity is having to play this so patiently. There comes the brush. Booped away by Sniper. Gets no value. It's a bowling pin strike completely. That is the saddest Reaper ult I think I've ever seen. And it's DK who completely wiped that team fight.
Hey, most Reapers are sad, okay? They have to be edgy, they have to maintain the illusion, you know, with the cape. But Avidity have to, I mean, are facing their toughest challenger yet. DK have already taken the first round, and it's Sniper already getting active, forcing the teleport out of Juno on the Kiriko. I know, that's going to be confusing, but Nenwai has a Soundberry, may need to use it proactively with how much harassment is coming out of DK from all sides, and Nenwai dies before the barrier could come out. Not the best grouping. Avidity could not benefit, and Nenwai hesitates, and that may just have costed them the map.
15%, Julia's not alive, and it's just Hittori. Is this going to be another point where the Primal Rage just has to be used just to try and stall time and get to that card? Yes, it's pulled out right now. They need to find a way to proc overtime.
It has to be Julia, Hittori, and now just flying high, joining the Angels very soon. Julia trying to give hands to Sniper. Seems unbeatable. That's not the way you want to go out. And why? But DK, I mean, they're still spinning to win, and that is the direction they're heading to unless someone can contest. And Avidity barely have any health with no supports remaining. The final boss seems to have been defeated, and DK will take your first map.
A convincing as all heck first map there, Jen. I mean, that's probably the first time Avidity has just looked like the team getting run down. Like, this was very, very well played by the entirety of DK, who've just been sitting on the wings, watching exactly what you've been seeing from Avidity due to these last two series and playing phenomenal. Cinnabar, I was talking about how, you know, what's the team going to look like without the Wu Yang? Well, Wu Yang got banned. Cinnabar's farming on this Lucio, playing extremely well, and now gets to play Wu Yang for pretty much the rest of the series.
You get to see how unhindered Winter got to be without Mage being able to play Torbjorn as well. So the ban's really helping out DK in this case, who, well, they took some time to convince me on the Zarya for a while there, but just really cohesive when it comes to the ult usage. Having ZZZ pop the Kitsune Rush the moment they wanted to get aggressive. Boops like that were crazy out of Cinnabar. So all around, they have made a lot of improvements.
I think the strange thing also is that we didn't see any swaps from Avidity. They played like the same thing the entirety of the map. Like, they were just like, you know, we're gonna stick to this Lucio Kiriko, we're gonna stick to the Winston. No change into something like an Ana or anything like that. They were really, I don't want to say stubborn, because they obviously like do know how to switch over, but they didn't really change a lot, and we did see a lot of change coming in from DK, showing us different looks, and that might be one where you're just like, I think you just have to kind of file away and just be like, okay, we got speed ran on that map. We got to go to something else. But that's the first time we've ever seen Avidity look like they were on the back foot.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Like, we've never seen Avidity be humbled to this point, and I think it's so tough to go for hero swaps on a map like Control, because the race to ultimates is so important. As soon as you swap, you lose so much of that charge, that momentum that you really need to have those ultimates to fight back, especially if you're on the back foot. So really heads up play from Sniper, especially on the Hammond, constantly causing so much chaos. And I mean, Juno kind of talked about it in the interview. Peace was the threat, but also I'm sure a Hammond stomping on you at all times doesn't make things easy for a support.
Yeah, Sniper also showing a lot really there, I think, as well. And I think now going into the next parts of the ban phase and like the map picks, this is going to be interesting because it's the first time we're going to be seeing Avidity on broadcast today pick a map, and also having that secondary bit. So I'm very interested to see where they want to go. I hope it's kind of not just King's Row again, because that feels like we've always just continuously see King's Row. It is a map they're very good at, let's not be wrong, but they did struggle a little bit in against Exo Sakura to complete that map. But we'll see what Avidity have in their back pocket for the map, because this is the first time today where they've kind of been punched in the mouth a little bit. Now they have to, get off the mat and get back in there.
I would say like Gibraltar would be cool too as like a dive map, but it seems like DK can match them blow for blow when it comes to dive or anything else, and we haven't seen Avidity yet really go to anything but the dive. So Suravasa, which a lot of Hammond play, is what we saw last time, I think, when we were casting Avidity, so we'll stick to schedule.
And maybe I wonder if we do see like tank ban, because it feels like, I mean, it feels like they stuck with the Winston a lot. This is like a lot more of a flat map where it's like you could see the Hammond ban. I don't know if you want to opt into a Hammond one-on-one with Hittori, but Sniper looked pretty good on it too. So this is going to be very interesting to see what these teams are thinking in terms of that ban phase, because now again, Cinnabar gets to play Wu Yang, which is really good if you are a DK fan.
Yeah, and Torbjorn and Wu Yang were the first bans on the first map, so you could tell that a lot of focus is going on to really how to enable your DPS to survive the most, and getting rid of the Torbjorn can't do that again, so you'll have to answer to this Tracer, and you could bring out the Torbjorn if you're mage, which we did have fun casting out in Saravasa last time, especially when those Torbjorn turrets are sticking on the ceiling.
Yeah, and Mage is just sitting, shooting the same spot for like 30 seconds. Peak Torbjorn gameplay. That's what we saw there. And they did look very strong on that composition, but I think that's one, again, if you're Avidity, you're just like, take that one out. But DK played it so incredibly well for the first time that we've seen them on broadcast today. And I think that versatility is going to help them going forward, even if the bans aren't necessarily in their favor.
And I mean, DK have 2 tanks and 3 supports, so there's ways to like change this out if things are not working. While Avidity, I mean, they've been a squad for so long. I think we've seen Ivory play in other matches, but not today yet. And you tell that this has been such a solid core that Avidity haven't missed a beat until now. Finally, a team has been able to draw blood from this team.
And the last time we saw actually this team play in DK, they were running Santana mostly, more so than anyone else. Sniper was, I think Sniper seems to be like the designated wrecking ball player, more so than which they were like, they seemed very effective. But the Zarya looked good too. Like, I think that going forward, I'm interested to see if we do start to see some subs, because we hadn't seen it, like you mentioned, too often. Now we're seeing some different looks, and that's really where the chess games of the coaches and the team start.
We're really trying to break down this ban phase of who do we want to target? Do we just full out ban the Tracer? Do we go after one of the tanks and force a certain mirror that we want? There's a lot to break down here, and I don't think I see a coach or a manager listed for DK, and Avidity have Raylini, so I don't know if she's around helping out with this, but finally those do lock in, and yeah, just full out. The Tracer is such a focus here, from the Torbjorn ban to now this one.
Yeah, getting rid of the Tracer, I mean, we saw that this was, like, Julia was phenomenal the last time we saw this Saravasa map. Getting rid of that is interesting that it's Avidity who are the ones who are banning it in particular, even though I think Winter is a fantastic Tracer, but it seems like they want to go away from that little bit more high-tempo style. Then the Lucio is going to be taken off the table as well, so this tells me it's probably going to be more of that Wu Yang Kiriko that DK love to play. It's pretty much the support duo that they play most of the time when they have success, so I think that's something that we have to be looking forward to in this map in particular. Now I wonder though if it's going to be on the opposite end, Wu Yang Kiriko, if it's something like a Ana, I think is viable as well. We'll have to see what exactly Avidity do, because again, this is the first time we're seeing them, at least today on broadcast, being on the back foot.
Yeah, DK, I mean, has shown so much growth from the 3rd place from the spring series, and to be done because of Avidity to now being the one that draws the first map, and DK did it in amazing fashion. So I'm looking forward to seeing how much work, what these bans mean for Avidity having to change things up, because one of their star players, Bun, really Mage, showed us just how good the Tracer can be when they are fully unleashed and really try harding.
Yeah, I don't think I would be surprised if we saw D.Va with how much there was the Zarya being played, because I think it is one of those counters where you're just like, I really don't know if I want to play that, and if there's also going to be a Symmetra alongside it, but it looks like they are going to be bringing that out, and we're seeing much more of this like brawly style with both of these teams. It's going to really be about Hattori finding a way to move around that damage from the Zarya, control that high ground a little bit more, and also deal with peace. That's another thing, and one of the things we've seen with D.Va's Gen is that there's a lot of decision making with how you use your defense matrix. That's going to be key.
Reaper Zarya, like, what year are we in? A nice rollout strategy with DK, but yeah, the Matrix just gonna soak up a lot of that Reaper damage. But even from what we saw from Mari in the other series, like, there's only so much Matrix that D.Va can have. She can't take all the damage, and especially against Zarya, you can't absorb any of that damage. So Hattori soft disengaging at every moment. DK will get an early cap potentially. Hattori sacrifices the mech to force a fight for Avidity, but it's not going their way. Not when Winter gets to sit back and pop shots like that.
And that was really good decision making from Peace, even though they give their life up for it. The way that Peace was able to just zone out completely 3 members of Avidity just by putting the Fear of God to them and walking into them, then Wraith's out, they're already gone, and that means Hitori isn't able to find any supports, it means they can't get healed, and then the fight's just completely over. I really like the way that DK are moving around with their positioning to give Winter that ability to carry, but also make it hard for Hitori to maneuver with such freedom as she was doing previously.
It feels like DK came out with this strategy, like, special for Avidity. Like, how do you like the taste of Zarya Reaper? Like, that's gotta be no fun for Hitori. And now to the Winston. We'll see if the bubble will provide better protection. Kitsune Rush from Z first. DK pedal to the metal and have already removed one support before Nenwai could even save themselves. And Juno matches fire with fire, but there's only so much healing one Kiriko can provide against the firepower of Winter. It's getting cold, and that's just the corpses of Avidity left behind as DK are about to take a very swift first point.
Yeah, and really, when you're looking for Avidity, they don't have a lot to work with coming into these next couple of fights either, where you have DK who's got the Graviton Surge. Surge's going to try and get back into this one. They're actually committing Avidity to try and get back here. Sniper does go down, so that is the tank removed, and Avidity might be able at the last gas to get this.
Oh, Julia. Okay, those shots. She means business. That may have given a chance for Avidity to flip this. And with Hitori bubbling off Julia too is a nice bunker fight or flight moment. And just by the skin of their teeth, Avidity have stolen away the point.
But I mean, you have to play the rest of this like perfectly because your macro is completely gone, right? You do have something like this Graviton Surge, but if I'm Sniper, I'm just thinking, okay, well, if I just Graviton Surge this Winston, the Winston ends up going down very easily. We have so much follow-up damage, and then Avidity can't play the game after that. Mage is going back over to that Torbjorn, but it's just really going to be about that spam potential more so than anything else.
And someone has to deal with that turret too, so you'll send Peace to do it. Sniper can focus on looking for a good grab opportunity. No D.Va, no problem. And there's a nice group up there. We'll catch everybody on the back foot, including Juno, who can't Suzu and can't say nothing about this. And a Primal just to stall things out for Avidity, but maybe you would have liked to keep this for the next point, because this already feels lost for Avidity, and now the point flips to DK's way, and maybe you just draw out many ultimates as you can from DK, but it's just gonna be the Kitsune Rush and the grab from DK, and I'll throw a Death Blossom, why not?
Oh, and it was commitments from Nenwai to try and use that Tidal Blast to win back into that fight, but not going to end up mattering too much. Is DK going to be able to take this first point, start moving over towards that second, get a great selection in terms of what the flashpoint is going to be, and Avidity really coming into this fight. I mean, the good thing about this is that if the fight lasts long enough, Juno is going to be able to find a way to get this Kitsune Rush, and that should be enough for Avidity to overwhelm this composition of DK.
I just need some setup from Mage. If they can win the first fight, that would be huge for the Torbjorn. Now the Wraith forced out of Peace, and Hitori gonna make that call, and now the engage begins for Avidity with Kitsune Rush almost earned. This could be what helps them win that first point. And Juno waits for the right lane and the right moment. Now that the point is unlocked, Peace wants to stay close to the Zarya to be able to get those bubbles. No turret for Mage, so Avidity have to fight through using the Kitsune Rush. And DK are not shying away. Winter's gonna unleash with the ultimate, and no one can stand in her way. Avidity down for the count after a 3K. And just after the Kitsune Rush advantage, you thought it was all in Avidity's hands.
But they didn't account for Winter, who was on a fantastic flank, and she's able to completely turn the tides of a fight that Avidity looked like they had the advantage in. And now, when you're walking into this next fight, you're down support ultimates completely. And if you're DK, you can cycle these so effectively that you might need to only just use 1 or 2 to win this next fight. Then when you go into third flashpoint, you have such a good ultimate bank.
Winter is such a huge threat. You can't even dive them. They're just going to jump away instantly. This is such a mobile team, and DK brought this composition just to counter Avidity. And this turret keeps on getting destroyed, so Mage is not getting as much value. And now the Molten Core to try and earn their way back towards the point. No one can really get close to this. And now Peace just doesn't care. Gets bubbled, gets sound barriered. Or no, that was the Wu Yang ultimate, but Peace did not get enough love. They get punished, and Avidity can step up 5v4 and try and flip the point, but they're gonna have to be flawless, and Sniper doesn't care. It's gonna grab the Winston, which Hattori now needs 2 ultimates to survive through. And then Y will save Hattori, but that's all they could do. The Zarya is charged up and ready to go.
Yeah, they did not respect at all Sniper's damage. 100 charge, and they are melting completely through the health bars of Avidity. They'll take back this point. They're going to start moving to third, and they are now looking completely in the driver's seat. This team of DK starting to do to Avidity what Avidity has done to the last 2 teams we saw them play in a series, Jen.
Giving the taste of their own medicine, and just when you thought like Avidity were warmed up, and when you win back-to-back matches,
Wow, what a point. Also.
you're just gonna be all heating. You're gonna be heated up, and DK, they were waiting for this moment, and they're smacking Avidity around. But wait, Peace did get punished. Winter is low. Hattori is done messing around. Has removed both threats from DK, and the rest can still stall out because the point has not unlocked. If anything, DK can just leave. They don't even need to keep staggering here.
Yeah, Peace was trying to be a little bit of a trickster there, but Hattori gets taken down to 5 health. Should be able to. That was so crazy. If Hattori ends up going down there, that fight looks completely different. And then Y is getting tanked down very low. They have to commit the Kitsune Rush to this.
Okay, and I mean, Cinnabar throws the ult in the middle of that fight, pops Mage like a popcorn, and Avidity just have to depend on Julia, who can't get good sight lines, does punish Peace probably after the Wraith comes out, and Sniper is still full charge, so someone has to respect the Zarya, and there's not enough members for Avidity to commit to this.
Yeah, and now I'm like, what do you do if you're Avidity here? Because you have the Molten Core, and like Torbjorn's really good when you can like set up, but Torbjorn's not great when you're like entering into team fights. You're walking into a Zarya Graviton Surge. You probably are going to have to be able to force out the Tidal Blast for that as defensively, not as an engage tool. And you could already see like, this is great where they're just like holding these high grounds. Peace teleports up, gets Bubble, forces Hattori off of that high ground. Now it's just more time taken off the clock, and Julia's gone.
Okay, Silver Lining, that's a 0% grab from Sniper, so Avidity, Mage throwing out a Torbjorn ult at 0 HP, so this is just a bloodbath. DK are bringing the same amount of aggression as Avidity do in their other matches. Like, yeah, this is just over. Avidity won't even get to touch at this point.
I mean, if they touch, they're walking into Kitsune Rush, and I don't even think Peace is gonna let them get back out here. Death Blossom available. Have to using the Tidal Blast on Nenwai just to try and survive. 96% Kitsune. It's over. Yeah, it's not even close.
My God. Match point for DK in the grand final of our summer series. I just can't believe my eyes, to quote my friend Leg Day. This is insane. Avidity had 2 matches to get to their peak, and then you have DK that just roll up in pajamas and low-key smurf this lobby.
They're hard smurfing like this lobby. Sniper's playing fantastic, but Winter as well has been crazy on that hit scan roll in the Sojourn, something we hadn't seen we saw a little bit of it in those previous couple of series, but man, does this feel like they just like download complete on whatever Avidity has been trying to do throughout this entirety of the series. It looks great from DK, and it feels like those 2 matches that we saw beforehand were just great tape for DK to be like, okay, this is what you want to do. We're going to run Zarya on your head, and your Winston isn't going to be able to move. I'm surprised about the lack of Ana, though, Lemon. That's the one thing I've been very, very surprised that there hasn't been an Ana, which is something that Juno was very, very good at in those previous series.
Just like how fast this match has been. There's only so fast her little legs can run, and you kind of really need the Kitsune Rush to just amp things up, but kind of, okay, stuff is hitting the fan. You need a Wu Yang ultimate to bail you out, and is the comp choices. And my only cope is that, well, there's no Tracer ban, there's no Torbjorn ban, so we'll see Mage potentially go to the Tracer to settle things against Winter, potentially for a final time.
Yeah, and I'm like, the Torbjorn was good like on the previous maps when it was like Tracer Mirror, and you could like, but like here it just feels like it wasn't getting the same amount of value, and it felt more like a desperation where it's like, yeah, you get some poke, but if you're a 100% charged Zarya, like you're one-shotting Torbjorn turret. They're nothing to you. If anything, they give you more charge. So I don't know. This is very weird to see this Avidity team flailing around a little bit like we've seen them, because they have been so much on the front foot. They've been the aggressors. They've been the ones who've been looking crisp and clean, and now it's just kind of falling apart like a house of cards for them.
Yeah, you can't even say it's like, oh, we didn't scrim. Like, Loki had 2 matches that were like
You had 2
scrims.
warm-up
So,
scrims. Like, you
and me,
had 2 warm-up
yeah, with how
scrims.
good they were, I was like, oh, 9-0 type of day. Like, me being dumb. Like, I didn't know DK had a minimum like that. This is insane because remember, y'all, Avidity Kittens 3-0 DK in that last match in the spring series. So this is kind of a big turn of events for us. That's why we're so shocked.
Yeah, it's very shocking that they are playing this well. And again, I think Sniper coming in, looking as good as they have. I think that because it was Santana, I think last week that was playing most of the time, but Snipers look really good on the Zarya, and I just love the way that they're kind of doing to Avidity what Avidity would do to everyone else with their Winston composition, where they're sending Peace in just as a way to just hold ground, because Winston can't hold ground against a Reaper that has bubble on him. It's just not possible. It's not possible. You're going to get instantly blown up, and we go to Esperanza as our 3rd map, so I wonder if we see a move away from the Winston, but those 2 maps, I mean, they were really set, it felt like, on playing that Winston composition, and it is going to be, well, okay, now you don't have a choice. Now you're not playing Winston at all.
Maybe that opens up options for other things like a Hazard, Ramatra, like any kind of brawl. Removing Reaper doesn't help things when you were maybe depending on that as part of your brawl or anti-dive, whatever you expect to be coming into this. But Tracer's on the menu, and that's going to be really impactful in these fights because Mage, this is one of their best heroes, at least that they've shown in this tournament, and they have to go up against Winter, which went sicko mode on Lijiang Tower on the Tracer.
Yeah, this is kind of the unfortunate, like, when you're breaking serve like this, it is an initial ban of the Reaper, which has been so pivotal to the style DK likes, being able to take that space away, making it difficult for Winston to be played. So it's like, okay, we got to ban the Reaper so we can play Winston. And then if you're DK, you're like, cool, we'll just ban the Winston ourselves. So now now the ban kind of doesn't really matter that much. It will stop the play style a little bit of how well we've been maneuvering with the Zarya and the Reaper combination, specifically with that TV perk, but it is you would have loved to have had this happen on a map where the Winston could still be played.
We'll see if well, I guess no Zarya Reaper strategy. So I'm a big fan of both bans from these teams. Like, they've clearly done a lot of studying on each other. Maybe, I mean, some of these players are also collegiate players, so there's a lot of studying going on in general. But what is going to be the answer of DK if we do have a Hammond dive come out from Avidity? Because not going to be easy without the Reaper, and you're really going to have to depend on the Tracer to chase down the ball at all times, because it can be really fast, really elusive, and you don't have someone mobile like a Tracer to hunt them down. They're just going to keep healing forever.
Yeah, I think that could definitely be something that we see, as we do see the Wrecking Ball. But we did see Sniper play it, so if we have a Wrecking Ball matchup, Sniper seems adept enough to play that. That is, I think, where my eyes would be looking would be towards a matchup like that, because I don't know if you want to play the Zarya composition without the Reaper and without basically the guaranteed 40 charge that you get, because Reaper just hits his E button and you hit your E button and then boom, I do like a gazillion damage. Like, I think it doesn't work as like free as it does with a composition like that. So my mind would be heading more towards a Hammond versus Hammond matchup.
We'll find out shortly. This could be the final map of our summer series of Calling All Heroes, y'all. And this is DK facing now the playground of Avidity and hoping to end their tournament in flawless fashion, because DK haven't dropped a map before this.
No, they have not. And I mean, I think also we said that at the start of the broadcast, DK hadn't either, so it was something that had to give, and right now it's DK who have that flawless run like in Mortal Kombat that they're going through, and just one more victory will take them to that championship title and a perfect record throughout the bracket, as we do see Sniper is still hovering that Zarya, but Hattori on that Hammond. That's what I like to see from Avidity.
Oh yeah, like, Juno was hyping up Peace's Genji, and I like totally forgot about it
He's
until
so
now.
good at Genji. Oh
And
my god.
This when you ban one thing, you just get another, and it's the bubbled Genji. And no Ana as we would have hoped, maybe, the good old days of Nano Genji, but still gonna be well supported by, of course, a Kiri and a Wu Yang.
So I wonder like how they're going to be playing with this Genji in particular, because I think you kind of do something similar like you do with the Reaper, where you throw it, you send the Genji a little bit forward as like your secondary tank and then throw it down. But actually, just using the bubble as a way to peel for the backline, I think is also totally viable, which means that Hattori isn't going to be able to find value with those pile drives.
And Hattori knows that there's a lot of weight on her shoulders to be the playmaker of this team, to kind of make things easier for someone like Mage and to make space for Julia, or at least to put pressure on the other side so that Julia can operate. But DK, they set the pace, they set the tone, and Avidity nowhere to be found.
But this is so smart from DK, where they see Hattori makes that initial engagement, then has to retreat because you have to wait for the cooldown, and then they hit the go button. They say, great, we have our E back up on our Zarya, we have our bubble piece, go forward, be aggressive. Does exactly that, takes all the space away, and Julia just got caught a little bit lacking to a Zarya damage, and it's a fight win easy for DK to start things off. And now they have such a positioning advantage. It's going to be so hard for Hattori to come into this fight and get value.
Oh, Sniper knows the jumps too. Oh, I know they got the hours on Zarya, and they're keeping their energy replenished. And once Sniper gets to 100 energy, they are the raid boss. But wait a minute, Avidity got to poke and prod at angles while all the focus has been on Hattori, who's going to heaven, and Peace is going to enable that. Avidity got a lot of kills, and they just focus on stealing away the bot while they sacrifice Hattori.
And that's going to be great from Avidity. I need to see more of that, where they dive onto the Cinnabar specifically on this backline. Wuyang does have some vulnerability if Z's isn't alongside them in some of these team fights. So it's going to be Meterage picked up for Avidity as they start moving forward. Still control of the high ground, but Winter somehow gets bowled over by Hattori.
And difficult to do that when Tracer can just forehead blink away or recall. So to catch a Tracer on the back foot with no cooldowns, great awareness from Hattori. Now the rest of the team have to make most of this, and well, just more energy for someone like Sniper. All the bubbles going to either themselves or to Peace to keep that space anchored, and Nenwai doing a good job of denying a lot of these prime positions. DK want this high ground, and Avidity would like to see some progress though, so they gotta go for kills.
Yeah, and I'm really liking that I'm seeing Avidity press the pace when they get these picks. They're not letting DK set back up, because Junior is going to be committed here.
Oh, wow. Cinnabar gonna save Sniper in that moment, trying to conserve that energy. That's important, but now everyone is low, and Z can only heal so much, but the Kitsune Rush makes that a lot easier, and Avidity, no, they have DK's backs against the wall, and Juno, oh, the double headshot is insane. Oh, she's doing it again. Our third DPS queen is here.
Graviton Surge hits too, but I don't think it's going to matter unless Sniper... well, Sniper's not going to be able to carry that because they're dead, unfortunately. So it's going to be Avidity. This is kind of what the Avidity we saw in the previous two series, where they had that clutch potential from Juno. It's not something we saw in the last two maps there. Gets two very big picks, and now Sniper is going to opt in to this matchup with the Hammond versus the Hammond. And one of the things that's going to be interesting is going to be the difference between the Genji and between the Freya, because the Freya is going to probably get a lot more chances to hit this Hammond, but doesn't have the damage as oh, what a dive.
What a pile drive. Genji Blade, that is a deadly combination. And they said, fine, Avidity, you want the high ground, we'll just bury you 6 feet under after that. And that was Avidity taking the lead by only 10 meters. So DK have some room and some fights to take before matching that.
You're going to eventually reset here, I think, at some point. Nice stick, though, from Mage onto Beast. And that's so much damage that's lost because Winter is not here in this fight. So Avidity's going to wrangle that one back from what it felt like the jaws of defeat and take a fight win.
Yeah, after a big investment of ultimates from DK, thinking they could just get back to that checkpoint and steal it away from Avidity. Mage, that's what I said. You put her on her best hero, she's going to put on absolute cinema. Julia got stuck in Juno. I don't know if they teleported or wanted to Suzu, but a double pulse bomb, a 2-for-1 is huge for DK, and they'll be primed to get this bot moving yet again.
We talk a lot about Mage on the Tracer, but Winter, nothing to slouch at either. That was a fantastic pulse bomb. Completely turned the angle of the fight, because if you were Avidity and you're kind of just like holding that high ground, you're in a great position. You have the Freya with the high ground to work with and all that spam. Now Peace has actually gone off of the Genji towards that Sombra, and is going to make it difficult for Hattori to play over long.
Especially when you have a Tracer on the other side that is so aware of your deflect cooldowns, and Hattori gets bursted down. The Kitsune Rush, guns blazing for Winter, forced to recall back, but wants to finish off Nenwai, who escaped into the shadows at low HP, and the call was made. Sniper maintains the pressure. They know they could be aggressive because Avidity is on the back foot and they're low, and this officially gives the lead back to DK.
Yeah, and I think we're going to need to see Julia. I think foregoing the bullet shot is actually worth it here. They are going to do that, which is a great decision. Go over to something like the Sojourn, a little bit better at getting value against something like this Hammond, because you can get a lot of charge with that rail shot.
Notori has mine, so if you just want a stable position, get the spot slowed down, but it's Sniper that pulls it out first, and even a Sound Bear to counter from Avidity. So fighting fire with fire as Avidity fades around the corner to just have some safety, to ignore as much as they can, and it's the EMP from Peace, and look how ready DK were to pounce. Avidity fell over like dominoes, and the bot is still pushing.
Cinnabar had a nasty flank right there, doing so much in terms of putting that pressure down, but also the Tidal Blast onto Winter on that Tracer, dashes into 3 people, knocks him down, secures picks, and Avidity now close towards their last legs right here, Jen. They are looking so scared that they're about to get 3-0'd like they've done to the past 2 teams they played on broadcast.
Yeah, the last chance, but the last ultimates for Avidity, and it's the Kitsune rush, and all DK have to do is just live or leave and tell the tale another day. What a pulse from Winter! You deny NY, can you deny the rest of Avidity? Hittori, though, pounces on 2, and it swings back Avidity's way as they try to scrape and bruise their way out of spawn, but that's just the first step to Avidity. There's still 3 minutes, and there's still more than 60 meters to go.
Yeah, you got a lot to work with if you're Avidity. It's not quite close to that point where it's like you have to play the rest of the map perfectly from here on out, but we're getting to that moment right now as they do have Pulse Bomb from Mage, which is going to be something that they can use effectively here. Hittori used that minefield just to zone him off of that point, or that objective right there. I love that decision making so they can't get wrapped around. Really good minefield placement.
And now Sniper low could be chased down by Mage, who did just spot Winter maybe without recall, and that's the spot to go for the pulse bomb, and it's on Cinnabar, and the rest of DK becoming victims because you have messed with Mage long enough, and Avidity race to that second checkpoint, and they're hoping to reach that 100-meter mark.
And there's not, I mean, really, realistically, if you're DK, you don't have a lot to work. I mean, yes, you're going to have the Kitsune Rush, you're going to have the minefield, but if Julia can somehow find a way early with this overclock, pop it, create that space, make it difficult for them to entry, it's going to be great for them.
Mines placed down from Sniper and both supports? What? My mines don't do that. I need a Sniper course on Hammond, man. That single-handedly just swung the fight for them.
Yeah, and now we're getting to the point where the macro of having a Sombra-based composition is going to be just so much to deal with, right? Peace is gonna, you can win this next fight probably off of just 1 EMP. There's only going to be something like the Sound Barrier to deal with from Nenwai. Nenwai has been focused down very effectively by DK, and even if Avidity wins this next fight, Jen, they have to be perfect from here on out. They cannot afford one slip up or they're about to get 3-0.
Oh, wow. The EMP immediate execution of 2 people. Like, DK wasted no time. All the steps are there, and at least Avidity were able to force the fight at the neutral point. That was my only cope, but now you have to go from one side of the world to the other, and only a minute 10 to do it.
Yeah, and if you're DK, you're like, hey, we're literally about to touch your spawn doors. Use every single ultimate you want to try and get back into this one. We're totally fine continuing to have these defenses that are very long.
No way Winter goes for that. Like, only Nenwai doesn't get stuck by that, and now they're still hacked, and I'm surprised Nenwai is still alive, and you needed Nenwai in this. That was the Sound Barrier. I'm dizzy watching Sniper play. They are incredible. One of the best Hammonds we have in this whole tournament, and they're about to full cap Avidity, who were just the best team. They were the #1 team of the Spring Series, and it's not looking like it when you watch DK play. This is incredible, and Avidity still have ults. They gotta use it now. Julia's out of spawn, and she's got a target. They're on DK's back, and Avidity will swing at the fences again.
Okay, my cope is that they got out of spawn without having to use ults. That's the biggest thing. They have key ultimates, like if Mage hits here, a huge pulse bomb, and that's the only ultimate that they use, they can cycle these effectively, but they have to literally play perfect from here on out, Jen. There is no room for error if they don't want to get 3-0.
And NY knows that they were just pressured so much. You almost need to pop a proactive sound barrier, but when Julia's dead, you gotta pull out a 4v5 from your hat, and the Magician, it's Mage, looking for a pulse bomb. God cooldown's out. Mage gets popped by an incredible ultimate from Cinnabar, and probably a pile drive from Sniper too. This is a cohesive team. All the best pieces have formed this championship puzzle, being DK. They are your champions of the Calling All Heroes Summer Series.
DK take down Avidity in the way that Avidity was taking names going through that lower bracket and stop their reign of terror. What a performance by them. Sniper looked impeccable on everything they played. What an absolute matchup, and I'm just so shocked with how convincing that was, Jen, because we saw Avidity throughout the first 2 series on this broadcast completely wreck everyone that they were playing. And then DK's like, hey, we're going to do the same thing to you. If you had taken the nameplates off, I would have expected that this was an Avidity 3-0. But it's not. It's DK who come in and absolutely download what was going to be run by Avidity and play against it so well.
And to not drop a single map, I have no words for how good DK are. They will be your Summer Series champions. And of course, there's the Calling All Heroes Championship right around the corner, where both of these teams and Exo Sakura will be there, amongst other amazing talents that are amongst the Calling All Heroes scene. And y'all, if you have been inspired by any of this play, you can also sign up for the Calling All Heroes tournaments for marginalized genders. It's so awesome to give a platform, because a lot of these players had their career starts in Calling All Heroes or tournaments like this.
Yeah, it's a great initiative that I'm really glad that we have in the Overwatch community. Just so fun to watch all these players that we even, me and you have been casting Overwatch for a long time, and these are names that we even know back then, but still having the ability to play in Calling All Heroes. The skill that we've been seeing from these players has been absolutely impeccable. DK deserving of this victory in this championship.
For sure, and even to beat Avidity at their own game, like when Tracer was available, like Winter and Mage duked it out. Sniper showed us that they are the best dive tank in Calling All Heroes, like killing both supports with mines. Like, I've never even seen that before. Like, my jaw is just dropped watching DK. That was the best play we've seen all of Calling All Heroes.
Yeah, we might need to call Jeff Kaplan and be like, we need more Hammond nerfs. Need more Hammond nerfs. This is not enough. It's not enough. Not enough. Or wait, no, not. What's the
Blizzard Entertainment.
Blizzard Entertainment. We need to change this right now. Get anyone that you have on it.
Well, we're gonna also have an interview around the corner with not Avidity Kittens this time, but DK. I'm looking forward to talking to them about their journey and what this championship means to them. So please stick around. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, to Calling All Heroes. You witness absolute cinema, a masterclass of some of the best Overwatch we've seen out of the Calling All Heroes scene, and your champions are none other than DK, winning this tournament without dropping a map, Kenobi.
Yeah, I mean, crazy, and you'll see in some of the highlights that we have how good DK were playing in this series. Again, really weird that we saw them play this against Avidity and like kind of do to Avidity what Avidity had done to everyone else that they had played today on broadcast, just completely wrecking them from the inside out with how they were playing. And I think that it came down to Sniper's tank play was very good. Cinnabar was very effective on the Wu Yang, which is something that we know him for, but Peace also, I think it was Juno who said that Peace was the scariest person that they were thinking of playing against DK. Peace definitely showed up like that, it felt like, but Winter too. I mean, I feel like I can just say everyone on DK just played probably as well as they could have in that grand final.
I mean, everyone had a highlight moment, from Winter on the Tracer, popping multiple people with one pulse bomb, to Sniper bringing out the Zarya Reaper composition that finally was the nail in the coffin for Avidity. And DK just looked like they had a lot of good preparation. And you kind of seeing throughout the replays just how exciting this match was.
Yeah, and I think like with the 3-0 that we had, it feels like it was kind of one of those closer 3-0s, but it did feel like very much DK had the advantage.
Yeah, and it looks like our interview is ready to go, and someone from DK will be joining us very soon. And I know we were fighting on who we were going to get, and we got the biggest threat that everyone was talking about. Peace, how is it going? Congratulations!
It's going good, thank you. Thanks for letting me be on here.
Oh my god, your Genji went crazy on the last map. You got all the love from the bubbles. How does it feel to get your revenge against Avidity?
It feels pretty good. You know, last season we kind of had a bit of a slump. Hills and valleys and all that, but it felt really good to get our get back this time.
So walk me through a little bit about, you know, today, because you're watching Avidity play these teams in like lower bracket and you're like, probably pretty good. Like, was there any like worry about how well Avidity was coming into this matchup with the momentum that they had 3-0ing those teams, or were all of you kind of just like chill about it? You weren't worried. You had stuck to your game plan, and you knew that you would eventually come through.
For me, I think I know Bun, Tori, Renenwai, Relini coaching. I know all of them personally, so I was a little nervous at first, but I feel like I have a pretty good handle on the meta with the Reaper, Genji, Sombra. You know, you have your main DPS play Tracer or a hit scan, and then I had to play a wheelhouse of heroes. And
it is a meta built for you. It is built for you.
It's fun, but it's so annoying. Like I have to play a 50-50 every time. Like unblockable 50-50. If they go Sombra, I have to get off Genji. If they're on hit scan, I have to go back Genji. It's a mess, but I've been loving it.
Got the game plan.
I do, but it's been a mess. I've been really trying to get down on the flexibility part. It's a little hard, but yeah, I was very confident coming in, though. Very confident.
Yeah, and I mean, we just interviewed Juno from Avidity earlier, and when I asked her like who was the biggest worry that she had, she said you. And I mean, you showed us just how good you were, but also everyone from DK, like Winter was hitting crazy pulses, and Sniper on the Zarya, which I actually wanted to ask about that. Was the Zarya Reaper sort of specially built to sort of counter any dive teams like Avidity?
Not specifically. I think it is good into the Winston though, but I know Tori mainly plays Winston. That's like one of her really big specialty heroes, but I kind of assumed she'd play more Ball. But we also, Sniper just spawned in recently because it's Sniper's meta, Ball, Winston, D.Va, D.Va and Ranked. And then so we played some Sniper today, got Sniper some reps back in, always randomly spawning in, spawning out. It was really fun though, it was really fun.
Yeah.
Okay, speaking of, do you have fun playing Reaper? Because it looks like the most boring hero to play when I watch it. On Rock.
Do you want me to be honest, bro?
All I watch you do is you TP onto high ground next to Hitori, you get bubbled, and then you fade away after they jump, and that's it. That's the game.
That's what I gotta do. And sadly, whatever gets the bills paid. If that's a good enough answer, whatever gets the bills paid. But no, I really don't. Obviously, I'm like a hypermobile flex, yeah. Echo, Pharah, anything, bro. Anything that's like in the air, not a Reaper who has two guns, and I have to TP in, fade out. There's my value. Like I can't do that. But the Blossom is cool, I guess.
It's true. That's true.
I guess.
Blossom looks cool.
Yeah. It was I thought the Reaper looked hard to play because it's like having to lock everybody down seems like such a pain running out. It's just running simulator on the Kai. But you know, out of all the comps, it was cool to see all the different swaps too. What was the preparation coming up to go up against Avidity? Because they said they didn't scrim before today, so I'm wondering, is that like a trend with calling all heroes teams, or what did you guys do to prepare?
We kind of know Scrim, but we're all on like similar teams. Like last season, me on Sakura, it was me, Valerie, and Z. But this season, it's me and Valerie on Team Z. So we all had our kind of own scrims and stuff. We didn't scrim together as a core, but we mostly together a lot. So it's never like too desynced or anything. We're usually on the same page and whatnot. It didn't feel too bad. Sniper was a new part I was at, but it's Zarya bubble me 3-2-1 bubble me now. That's it.
Just the executions were so, like, as soon as EMP was dropped, everyone died. Like, you didn't even have time to process who even got EMP because they were dead. Y'all worked so well together, and I mean, congratulations on being a Calling All Heroes Summer Series champion. Do you have any final words or shout-outs for people on your team, people behind the scenes that have helped your team get to this point?
I want to say thank you to the Deal Ducks for letting us be the, I say it, I think. Thank you for Z and Valerie and Sniper even popping out today, Santana. Winter, amazing inkling of talent. I believe in a year where everyone's going to be fighting over winter. It's going to be a cold summer. It's going to be a cold fall, cold spring. Literally one of my favorite players of recent times. And thank you to Kayla Roney, my girlfriend, for watching and always cheering me on.
Of course, it's so awesome to see the support from everyone, from family to partners and people in this scene to support Calling All Heroes. I'm so glad this just keeps happening, and it was so awesome getting to talk to the real Peace in our call. Big congratulations, you were awesome, and have a great rest of your year, I guess.
Thank you so much. I'll see everyone back here at Champs. Thank you so much.
Yeah, let's go.
Calling All Heroes Championship around
Love
the
Peace.
corner.
Love
Oh my
me some
god.
Peace. That was a fantastic interview. Love that. That was great. And deserving, I think, of winning that championship with how, I mean, did feel like a meta specifically built for Peace. So glad that you're able to continuously get them that championship.
Just they make it look so nonchalant, like it's just like another day for them. Like they came in with some ideas, some strategies, and like a sort of rock paper scissors. If they do this, we do this, and that's all it really takes. And the championship is right around the corner, like I said, where we're gonna have Exo Sakura, DK, and of course the Avidity Kittens, where the rivalries will continue.
Yeah, and we can take a look at the bracket and how we got here to our championship day on the final day of broadcast here for the Calling All Heroes Summer side. And it was a lot of 3 Overwatch, a lot of 3 Overwatch that we saw. We start with the lower bracket and how Avidity was able to crush their way to the end of getting into that grand final from that lower side, but then it was a rock meeting a hard place, and the rock went out very, very hard with DK taking that 3-0.
And next month, we're going to have the last chance qualifier. So all these teams that got 4th or worse will get a chance to cash in their ticket to the Calling All Heroes Championship. And I'm sure that is going to be an absolute bloodbath with just how good some of the teams, like even Nightmare, I thought was very deserving to go to that grand final. And then Champs will be at the end, and Winter is going to get to play December 6th at the Calling All Heroes Championship. So that kind of just bodes well for the name.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a buff there that's going to be happening where you get to, it's the winter time. Do you just get a insane buff and this DK team starts running through that tournament like they did through this tournament? But hopefully when we get to LCQ and when we get to Champs all the way in December 6th, we do get some, hopefully not 3 Overwatch, right? I want some good series. Not that the series are bad, but I want some close, nitty-gritty, down to the wire Overwatch. That's what I'd like to see from my Calling All Heroes.
Absolutely. But this has been such an incredible platform to put a showcase and a spotlight on our marginalized gender players who are come out of the woodwork to start their careers here, to go to the OWCS qualifiers, to compete in collegiate, and to build confidence, to be amongst all the other players and play in co-ed teams and build a resume so that they can be the next hero in their next games. And of course, we wouldn't be able to do this without Radiant and everyone at home watching, from partners to families to teams that have lost and other casters who are here, of course, supporting the teams. This has been such an incredible experience. So stay tuned, everybody, for October 22nd, Last Chance Qualifier, December 6th, the championship. And we're looking forward to seeing you all there.